Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. I was around 8 or 9 when this happened. Old enough to have a bit of a routine, but young enough that nothing about my world felt truly dangerous yet. I'd never lost anyone, never experienced anything truly scary. I lived on a quiet street where a handful of us kids all kind of orbited each other. There were 4 of us who were especially close. We rode bikes up and down the block, played tag until the streetlights came on, and rotated whose house we went to for video games or snacks. It was one of those neighborhoods where parents didn't really worry too much and doors were rarely locked during the day. One of those friends was Kayla. A couple of weeks before this happened, she was killed in a car accident. It wasn't immediate. There were rumors at first, then confirmation. I remember adults speaking in those quiet ways where they try to spare the children, but really it just looks like they're hiding secrets. The sudden absence of her bike in the driveway, the way her house just went quiet. It was all a lot. At that age, death felt confusing more than devastating, though. I understood it in theory, but emotionally it felt distant, like something that happened to other people. Kayla was going to be coming back, obviously. Life on the street slowly went back to normal, though. We kept playing outside. We stopped mentioning her name as much. Then one night, I woke up to knocking at the front door. I remember laying there, wondering if that's what I heard. There was no pounding. It wasn't frantic. It just was a couple of firm, deliberate knocks. I remember sitting up in bed, annoyed more than scared. It didn't even occur to me to check the time. I assumed it was early evening. Maybe someone forgot something at our house and wanted to see if I could come out. That's how normal it felt. I walked down the hallway into the living room. The house was dark, but not silent. The refrigerator, soft clicking of the clock, normal nighttime sounds. I remember the door, and I did what my mom had taught me to do. I looked out the window beside it. Kayla was standing there. She was just there, on the porch, like nothing had happened. I opened the door without hesitation. She looked exactly like herself. Same height, same hair, same expression that hovered somewhere between shy and curious. She didn't look injured. She didn't look pale or distorted or wrong. It was just Kayla. She said something like, "Hey, just checking on you." Her voice sounded calm and familiar. I remember responding casually like this was a normal interaction. I think I said, "Yeah, what's up?" She asked if everything was okay, and I said yes. She nodded and said something like, "All right, good," and then turned to leave. That was it. No lingering, no goodbye, just left. I closed the door, walked back to my room, and went back to sleep. The next morning, my mom was irritated. She was standing in the living room, flipping switches off, muttering about electricity. The lights were on, several of them. I don't usually leave lights on. She asked me why the house looked like someone had been up all night, specifically the porch light. That one I turned on. Without thinking, I said, "Oh, Kayla came by last night." I remember her stopping immediately and slowly turning to look at me. Her face wasn't angry anymore. It was tight, like something inside of her had just dropped. She asked me to please repeat myself. I told her again. Kayla had knocked on the door last night, asked if I was okay, and then left. I even laughed a little because in that moment it felt odd, but not scary, just weird. And that's when it hit me. The realization didn't come with a rush of panic or screaming of tears. It was kind of worse than that. It was really quiet but heavy inside, like someone had slowly turned gravity up inside my chest. Kayla was dead. She'd been dead for weeks. I hadn't remembered that at the door. I hadn't thought about it when I saw her face. My brain had accepted her presence without question, like it made perfect sense that she would be there. Then my mom said something that sealed in my mind forever. She told me no one else had been awake. No one else had opened the door. But that the front door had been locked when she went to bed, and the lights were off when she went to bed. And now, the lights were on. I knew then, and I knew, especially after she told me that I wasn't dreaming. I hadn't been sleepwalking, and I'd never done that before or since. I've never had anything like that happen again. Kayla never came back. There were no more knocks or strange sightings. Just that one moment, one quiet visit. I still don't know why she came, or I guess if she really did, or if my brain was just trying to make sense of loss at that time, creating something I needed to see, but I just don't think you can replicate the way that it feels to be with your friend, for real, in a dream. And if it was a dream, then why were all the lights on that I turned on? I've never been able to explain it, and neither has my mom, so I'm gonna go ahead and say that Kayla came back. It was actually my wife that noticed something was off almost as soon as we moved in. It wasn't immediate for me, maybe because it started in a small way, not threatening, just small things, sounds that didn't have an obvious source, footsteps when no one else was home, the subtle click of doors opening and closing somewhere down the hall, even though we were both sitting still. At first I did what most people seem to do, blamed it on the house settling, old pipes, neighbors, our own exhaustion from unpacking and adjusting to a new place. But there were moments that didn't quite fit into any of those explanations. I just wasn't sure what to do with that. We would hear the front door deadbolt slide into place. That sound is unmistakable. Metal turning, weight behind it. It's not something you confuse for a creak or a draft. And yet, we'd hear it while both of us were already inside, nowhere near the door. And then things started to disappear. Not valuables exactly, just everyday items. A set of keys, a remote, a wallet, things that you could just misplace, though I was sure I didn't. Something would go missing, and then reappear days later in a place that we'd already checked, over and over. The one that finally pushed me from mildly unsettled into genuinely frustrated was the mail key. It wasn't the kind you casually lose track of. We kept it on a hook by the door because we needed it regularly, and it was the only one. One day it was just gone. We tore the house apart looking for it, checked jackets, drawers, bags, the car, everywhere. I think we even blamed each other at one point. Days passed, then a week. By that point, my irritation outweighed whatever unease I'd been feeling. Was I really going to spend $250 at a locksmith to fix this problem? It had to be there. I was tired of feeling like our own house was playing games with us, and this just seemed like another one of those things. So one night, half jokingly, half dead serious, I said it out loud. I don't know who you are, I said this standing in the living room, but if you don't give me the mail key back, I'm bringing in a Catholic priest. He's going to bless this place or exorcise this place, whatever it takes. The words had barely left my mouth. We heard something hit the floor, the unmistakable drop of something metal, and we both froze. Right outside the door, on the hardwood floor, the mail key fell from somewhere and clattered onto the hardwood. There's no shelf out there, no hooks. There's no place that it could have just been resting. It didn't bounce like something knocked loose. It just appeared and fell. Neither of us said anything for a long moment, and then my wife broke the silence with a quiet, "Okay." Things didn't stop after that, but they changed. The next incident seemed even more unfathomable. Our bedroom pillows went missing, both of them. Not shoved somewhere odd, just fully gone. We stripped the bed, checked closets, the guest room, laundry baskets, washer, dryer. Nothing. About a week later, I was hanging clean clothes in the bedroom closet while my wife was in the living room. I stepped out, empty-handed, and she immediately asked, "Where did you find the pillows?" I told her I hadn't. We both looked at the bed, and the pillows were there. Not laid flat the way that we always put them. They were just standing upright, propped vertically against the headboard, as if someone had placed them deliberately, carefully, to make sure we noticed. They hadn't been there when I walked into the closet. I would have seen them. There's no way I missed it. We also heard other things. Voices, muffled, indistinct, never clear enough to understand. Clapping once or twice, coming from an empty room. Lights connected to motion sensors turning on when nothing was there and no one was near it. Our dogs were the worst part. They would suddenly lose it, barking, growling, hackles raised, focused on empty corners of rooms or doorways, not playful barking, alarmed and defensive. After a while, I realized something important. This all felt rather territorial. So one night, I spoke again, this time calmly. "I understand you've been here longer than we have," I said. "But we work hard to pay for this place. We take care of it. If you want to stay here with us, you need to stop moving things and disturbing us. Otherwise, we'll save up and have the place blessed." I wasn't angry or trying to be threatening. I was setting boundaries. After that, things began to settle. Not completely silent, but quieter. No more missing items or dramatic gestures. The dogs relaxed. The lights behaved. The house felt shared instead of contested. And that was nice. I don't know what to make of any of it, though. Meaning, I don't know who or what was there before us or why they chose to interact the way they did, but I know that once we acknowledged each other, things found a balance. Whatever it was didn't feel evil, and I think that's important. It just felt present, and maybe like us, it just wanted to be respected. I was 6 years old when my best friend died. That sentence still feels strange to write even now. 6 is an age where death doesn't make sense yet. You understand that someone is gone, but you don't understand what gone actually means. You expect them to come back after a while, the same way they do when they move or go on vacation. He lived directly across the street from me. Our houses mirrored each other so closely that our bedroom windows faced one another. At night, if our lights were on, we could see silhouettes moving back and forth. During the day, we'd knock on the glass or wave when we were supposed to be doing homework or getting ready for bed. The night he was shot, everything changed in a way that felt immediate and permanent. Adults spoke in low voices. Police cars lined the street. My parents wouldn't let me outside. The house across the street from ours went dark. For a long time after that, I didn't understand why I couldn't just walk across the street and knock on his door like always. What I did understand, what I knew with certainty that only a child has, was that he wasn't really gone. I could feel it. Sometimes at night, I would wake up and I'd see movement in the window across the street. Not clearly, just the suggestion of someone there. A shape, a flicker of light. The feeling that I wasn't alone in the way people mean when they say they're being watched, but in a way that felt familiar, comforting. When I told my parents, they were gentle but firm. They told me it was grief, that my mind was trying to make sense of something really big, and that kids imagine things when they're sad. I believed them, mostly, but there was a part of me that knew better. Not in a way I can really explain, just in the quiet, unquestionable way that kids accept the world as it presents itself. Years passed. A new family moved in the house across the street. I remember watching them unpack, noticing how the windows were lit again. For a while, everything seemed normal. But then, something was off. That family stayed for a little less than 2 years and moved out abruptly. Later, through the neighborhood conversations and overheard adult talk, I learned why. They claimed that they heard a child laughing inside the house. Not outside in the street, but inside. They would mention footsteps, doors that felt watched, the sense that someone small was moving through the space when no one should have been there. After they left, another family came, then another. None of them stayed long. Some lasted a couple of years, some barely made it a few months. There were long stretches where the house sat empty, curtains drawn, lawn overgrown. The windows, once the center of my childhood, dark again. And then I was just older, old enough to know how these stories sound, old enough to understand how easily grief can rewrite memories, old enough to dismiss what I once believed as imagination. But here's the thing. Even as I grew up, that feeling never went away. Whenever I came home, after moving out, after college, after life pulled me farther from the street, I would look at that house, and I would feel the same calm certainty that I felt when I was a child. And this feeling, it's not fear or sadness, it's presence. I've thought a lot about why children seem more open to these experiences. I don't think it's because they're naive per se. I think it's because they don't yet know all the reasons not to believe something. They don't need proof. They don't demand explanations or question themselves. They don't label experiences as impossible just because they don't fit into neat categories. They accept what feels true. They accept the world as it is. As a child, I didn't question why my best friend would still be there. Of course he was. That was his house. That was our street. That was where his laughter belonged. And maybe that's why, even now, the idea of him being there doesn't frighten me. I don't imagine him trapped or restless or lonely, and I don't think he's trying to scare anyone. I think he's just there, existing in the place he loved, in the way he knows how, watching over the street, watching over me. Some people believe that spirits linger because there's unfinished business or they're angry or lost, but I don't believe that's always true. I think sometimes they stay because love doesn't disappear just because a life does. And I think kids with their open hearts and unguarded belief can sense that in a way adults forgot how to. I don't live on that street anymore, but whenever I pass through town, I still glance toward that house. Sometimes it's occupied, sometimes it's empty, sometimes the windows catch the light just right. And every now and then I feel that same reassurance that I felt when I was small. Like someone I loved never really left. And honestly, I'm glad I believed it then, and I'm glad I still do now. It was one of those Pennsylvania winters that just doesn't let up. I want to say it was 2003, maybe 2004. The exact year is fuzzy now, but the conditions are burned into my memory. 4 days straight of snow and ice. It was the storm that turns highways into parking lots, truck stops into temporary towns. Everyone's stuck. Everyone's tired. By the time I pulled into the Flying J in Carlisle, the place was packed. Every space was taken, trucks wedged in wherever they could safely fit. Snowbanks lined the lot like walls. I circled once, maybe twice, already resigned to an idea that I'd have to idle somewhere unsafe just to get some rest. And then I saw this one open spot. It was a pull-in spot. I eased towards it carefully. As I did, I noticed the driver of the truck on my left climbing into his cab. I slowed, stopped about halfway into the space to give him some room. It's just what you do. Unwritten rules of the road. He was an older guy, heavy-set, a little hunched as he climbed, moving slower than most. He was wearing blue jean coveralls and a dark blue hoodie underneath. The hood pulled up against the cold. Once he was inside, I pulled the rest of the way in, set the brake, and shut down. It was noon, Eastern time. I didn't waste any time. I went straight to the bunk and fell asleep. When I woke up, it was dark, around 8 p.m. I remember because I was disoriented at first, confused about how long I'd slept. That's when I noticed the lights outside, red and blue flashing across the snow. I pulled the curtain back and immediately saw the word coroner across the back of a jacket. The man was standing beside the truck to my left, the same one that I'd watched the driver climb into earlier that day. Out front of my truck were the ambulance, a city vehicle, and a local police cruiser. 2 truck drivers were standing nearby talking to the cops. Something serious had happened. I got dressed and climbed down, walking over without really thinking much about it. Accidents happen out here. Heart attacks, slips, weather takes its toll. I didn't ask questions, just shook my head and said casually, "Geez, that's too bad. You never know when you might go." I just saw him when I pulled in around noon. Those were my exact words. The cop sort of snapped his head toward me. "No, you didn't," he said sharply. I frowned. "Yeah, I did." He stared at me like I'd said something impossible. I explained how I'd pulled into the spot, how I'd waited for the guy to climb into his truck, described him without thinking twice. Older, heavy-set, blue coveralls, blue hoodie. The cop just sort of looked at me, but he was shocked. He couldn't hide that. The other 2 drivers went quiet, and one of them muttered something under his breath. The cop asked me how I knew what he was wearing. "I saw him," I said. "I waited for him to get in, around noon." That's when the cop told me the part that still gives me chills. "I'm the one who found him," he said. "He's been dead for over a week." Turns out the man's family had been searching for him since the storm began. He was the kind of guy who called home every night, same time, never missed it. When days passed with no call, they knew something was wrong. He died alone in his truck at the very beginning of the storm, before the lot filled up, before the snow buried everything. The driver standing there started freaking out. "You saw a ghost, dude," one of them said. I just looked at the cop. He looked as shaken as they were. I shrugged and said, "I guess I saw a ghost." And then I walked back toward the diner to get something to eat. I didn't feel scared, not even really excited. I guess I felt neutral. Like whatever I'd seen wasn't meant to frighten me anyway. It was just a moment, a passing interaction. 2 people crossing paths without either one of them knowing how strange it really was. I still think about that man sometimes. How normal he looked. How not out of the ordinary anything felt. If I hadn't said anything out loud there, I might have gone my whole life never knowing. And maybe that's the part that sticks with me the most. Not that I saw something impossible, but that for him, it all seemed so normal. A friend of mine had a creator account on one of those fans-only websites. She already had a job, but she started getting a much larger payday every month. I said to myself, I've got way bigger assets than she does. I could easily make what she's making. And I did. I took all the pics I needed, didn't care who saw my promotions, and threw a few promo pics up on my socials. Talk about dudes coming out of the woodwork. Suddenly, all of my friends were photographers, all willing to shoot for free. They just appreciated the exposure. It would have been bad business not to accept at least a few of these offers, so I got my account poppin'. All this had me feeling like my next move was to go live, you know? I was planning on having a live session on a specific date. The night arrived, curtains up, lights, camera, action. I'm shaking my ass to some young thug, and the chat's blowing up with donations. The camera was artistically positioned with my sliding closet door in mind because it had a huge mirror on it. I'm facing away from it, typing to my followers, and one of them says, "I'm out. Whatever you got going on behind you is creepy." That was offensive to say when I'm delivering the goods, you know? So I clap back. "Well, screw off then, you limp prick." But then, more people in the chat start saying things like, "Who's in the closet? Is that guy going to join you? Someone keeps looking out." I stop what I'm doing because multiple people are blowing up the chat. I mean, if these dudes are pausing their business to warn me, I'm taking it seriously. I've seen people with literal roaches crawling through their sheets, and no one in the chat bats an eye. Yet here I am, working hard for my money, and all they're talking about is some pale face that keeps popping its head out from behind the closet. I get up, walk over to it. In the mirror's reflection, I can see the chat bubbles rolling, faster than ever. I don't know if there's a word for the mix of terrified and oddly humiliated, but that's what I was feeling. My sexy night turned into some Casper hunting nonsense. Goes without saying, nobody should have been in my closet. I slide the door open, showed the chat that nobody was inside, and then close it. Got back into bed and typed, "Can we keep going or what?" They start replying, "Do you know the history of your house? Has someone you know died recently?" Cool, this cam session was the worst confidence booster in the history of time. I'm here in front of you, God and country, and you're more interested in the history of my house? Thanks. I ended the session right there. Exit, goodbye, go watch the Discovery Channel. And I clicked out. I'd made a special room for my job. Shh, don't tell anyone, but it's not my real bedroom. It's half of a room that I've filled with lava lamps and a mattress, and the other half is packed with my computers and lighting equipment. I can't keep the lava lamps on all the time. There's about 16 of them scattered around, and their cords are clustered into 3 power strips that I flip off individually. The room goes into a temporary blackout before I can reach the main light switch. It's a California King mattress, so it's a squishy crawl across the bed's memory foam, and the room is as quiet as can be. That serenity was interrupted by the squeaking wheels of my closet door, slowly opening in the dark. I freeze mid-crawl, listening to the door bump against the wall. If the lights were on, I'd be looking into a wide-open closet. I live alone, and I'd already checked that closet live on camera. I'm positive it was empty. There's still a fourth of the mattress to get across, and a couple of feet of carpet between me and that light switch. Just as I'm about to move, the hanger starts shaking, making noise. That had me Superman diving for the wall switch. I flipped it on and pow, the closet was wide open again. Everything that had been on a hanger was on the floor, along with most of the hangers. I was pissed. Living or ghost, there's no reason to be doing that kind of shit. Later that night, I tried to replay the footage from my live premiere, and all of it was completely pixelated. Way worse than a low-quality 720p. It hadn't looked like that during the stream, and nobody in the chat had mentioned any quality issues. They'd all seen whatever creepy stuff was going on behind me. After a bunch of Google searches, I couldn't find any way to fix it. Screw it. I kept updating my content regularly, but I haven't gone live since. I'm scared this will affect my numbers, but I'm more scared of more things happening in front of a live audience. As much as I'd like to pretend it's not real, I've seen the tiny chandelier swinging in circles, its glass crystals clinking and clanking against each other, hard enough to chip. I'm praying that my landlord doesn't notice that. I'm sick of feeling scared like this, though. My niece hates this place. She's only 3. The first time my sister brought her over, she started crying, following something with her eyes, like she was watching invisible birds dive bomb her or something, muttering, "I don't like pointy teeth, man." I was like, "Christine, could you take care of your kid instead of encouraging her imaginary fears? There's nothing up here." Christine was like, "Well, Anne Marie sees something." She sure did. The kid looked absolutely paralyzed with fear. I felt so bad. Earlier that day, Christine and Anne Marie had gone to the library and checked out a few books. One of the books was left at my house, but when I read the title to Christine later, she didn't remember ever checking it out. The receipt on her library card had no record of the book either, and all of her other books were still accounted for. Those of you wondering, it was a book about national parks, so I'm not sure it's exactly scary, but it appearing out of nowhere is. One night, I was lying on the mattress just trying to relax when I heard a soft whisper. It was too quiet to make out the words, but it sounded like it was right next to my ear. I jolted upright, and the room was empty. I thought maybe I was just freaking myself out, but then I felt something. It was cold, like an icy finger trailing down my arm. I scrambled off the bed, flicked on the light, and checked every corner. Nothing. I was starting to think I was losing it, but then Anne Marie came back with Christine a few days later. As soon as they stepped into the room, Anne Marie froze. Her eyes got wide, and she pointed toward the closet. "Pointy teeth man's in there," she whispered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck actually rise this time. I told her it was just a closet, empty, and I went to open it to prove it to her. But as I reached for the handle, she screamed, a scream I'd never heard. I stopped, frozen in place, and just stared. She was backing away, staring at the closet, clutching my sister's leg, sobbing. Through her tears, she tried to say, "He doesn't want you to open it." Christine grabbed Anne Marie, and they left in a hurry, my sister whispering apologies over her shoulder. I was left standing there, feeling completely rattled. That night, I was lying in bed when my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had posted a comment on my account from a profile I'd never seen before. "Why'd you stop going live? We miss you. He misses you." I know it was probably a typo, but it really creeped me out to see that message. And then my phone buzzed again. Another comment. "The man says he'll see you soon." Also, probably just trying to mess with me. Either way, I haven't been back in that room since. I locked it up, put a heavy dresser in front of the door, and I don't care if it costs me followers. I'm not going back in there. I'm not sure what's in that closet, but whatever it is, it seems to want to scare me. It seems to be watching, waiting. For what? I'm not going to find out. You never truly forget your childhood fear. For me, it was centered around a single heavy wooden door tucked away in the back of the kitchen pantry. It didn't lead to a secret garden or a forbidden attic. It led down to our basement. And in 1986, when I was 7 years old, that basement was the antechamber to hell. Our house was old, built maybe in the 1920s, and the basement was a cold, damp concrete cavern, smelling perpetually of dust and mildew, and something metallic that I now recognize as fear. The door was solid core, dark-stained oak, and the handle was one of those old-fashioned brass twitch latches, clicking with that sickening finality when it shut. My parents always told me the basement was just a place for storage and the furnace, but I knew better. The air around that door felt thin and anxious, and at night, I swore I could hear soft, rhythmic thumps coming through from the floorboards, like something large and heavy was adjusting itself for sleep. The event I remember most clearly, the one that cemented my terror, happened in the middle of a brutal New England winter. We were hit by an ice storm that took out the grid for 3 whole towns. It happened around 8 p.m. One moment the house was humming with the sound of the evening news in the refrigerator. The next, it was swallowed by an absolute profound silence. My mother immediately remembered the emergency flashlights that were kept in the utility closet, which, of course, was right next to the door. "Daniel, be a big boy and grab the 3-pack from the utility closet," she said, her voice sounding oddly brittle in the sudden darkness. I froze. The closet was merely 2 feet from the brass latch of the basement door. "Mom, can't we wait? Maybe the power will come back on," I asked. "Don't be silly, Danny. It's just next to the scary door," she teased gently, not realizing how real the fear was. "A big boy like you isn't afraid of a little darkness." My dad was fumbling with the landline phone, trying to see if the lines were down, so the duty fell to me. Swallowing the stone of rising panic, I shuffled across the kitchen. The cold was immediate, seeping up from the floor, a damp contrast to the warmth that the furnace had been providing. I reached the utility closet, my hands shaking so badly I could barely open the bifold doors. I found the rubberized flashlights and was pulling them off the top shelf when the basement door, the heavy, closed basement door, spoke. It didn't creak or rattle. It was a direct, breathy sound, like a piece of dry leather being rubbed together, originating from the wood itself. It was a whisper, impossibly close. "Danny boy." I dropped the flashlight. They hit the linoleum with 3 distinct, sickening plastic thwats, scattering and rolling away into the dark. I didn't move. My blood felt like it had turned to liquid nitrogen. The voice was a mix of low, gravelly, deep, and also a woman. It just wasn't quite right. It had too many layers. It felt like it had scraped against my eardrum. I backed up slowly until my spine hit the closet shelf. I knew instinctively that this wasn't my dad playing a trick. Dad's voice was light and jokey. This was heavy and loaded with a chilling, patient malice. This was the entity that I had always imagined living down there. It seemed to know me. My eyes, now adjusting to the deep gloom, were fixed on the door. There was a thin, cold light filtering in from the street lamp outside the kitchen. Through the window, it cast a faint, wavering shadow. And that's when I saw something. At the very top of the door, where the old-fashioned handle was, a shadow began to materialize. It wasn't the shadow of the door latch or the trim. It was a massive, angular projection against the wood, seeming to cast itself from inside the room. The air in the pantry became ice cold, and it was so sharp it burned my lungs. I remember thinking, will somebody come over here and help me? But then, slowly, the shadow began to form into something more sinister. It was hulking and unnatural. It started to feel like it was in the room with me. I watched as it slid down the door's surface, past the brass handle, past the midline, until it reached the crack at the bottom. And then it stopped moving. But it spoke, even softer, a sound that seemed to resonate directly in the hollows of my chest. Little Daniel. The temperature instantly shot back up to normal. The deep, heavy shadow winked out, and the air just became regular, cold, dusty air. I didn't scream. I couldn't. I just turned and sprinted, stumbling over the scattered flashlights and bursting back into the living room, where the comforting sounds of my dad frustratingly clicking the phone and my mom looking for candles filled the air. By now, I was shivering violently and weeping silently into my mother's side. "Daniel, what happened? Did you hurt yourself?" she asked. I never told them what I heard or what I saw. How could I? I couldn't articulate the visceral absolute certainty that a predator had been trying to coax me into its den, and that den was in our home. We used candles that night. The power was out for 3 days. Every time I had to walk past the kitchen, I kept my eyes focused on the floor, terrified of glancing toward the pantry. Years later, when I was in college, I went back home for Christmas. I walked into the old pantry to grab something, and I stopped cold. The house had been updated, the ugly linoleum replaced with tile, but the door was the same, dark oak, heavy, with the brass latch. I noticed something I hadn't when I was 7 or any other time. Even now, decades later, the door was slightly, almost ajar. Not latched, just resting on the frame, perhaps a 1/4 inch open. I pushed it closed and waited for the familiar click of the latch. It clicked. Satisfied, I turned to leave. As I was walking out of the kitchen, I heard the faint but unmistakable sound of the latch turning back. The click I had just heard was undone. I didn't look back. I realized that the thing down there had simply gotten patient. It was waiting for me to forget. But every night when that house settles into silence and I'm there, it undoes the latch, patiently reminding me that the basement door is never truly closed. It's just waiting for the next time that someone's afraid of it, I guess. Needless to say, I'll visit my parents, but I don't love it there. There are some fears you grow out of. The dark, the clown in the sewer drain, and possibly the monster under your bed. And then there are fears that stay with you. They calcify, becoming a solid, unmoving pillar in the architecture of your adulthood. For me, that pillar is antique mirrors, especially the tall ones. I was 10 years old, perhaps 11, when Great-Aunt Clara died. I'd never met her. She was a vague, spectral figure even when she was alive. My mother's elderly relative who lived reclusively on a freezing remote stretch of lake somewhere near the Maine border. When she passed, Mother was next of kin, responsible for clearing out the property. It was a chore that she resented, driving 8 hours to wade through the remnants of a stranger's isolated life. Mother returned with a few boxes of inherited junk, yellowed linens, some chipped porcelain, and one spectacularly monstrous piece of furniture. It was a cheval mirror, standing nearly 7 feet tall, framed in heavily carved dense mahogany that was almost black. The silvering of the glass was deeply tarnished, giving the reflection a cloudy, aged appearance, one that seemed to absorb the light rather than bounce it back. It was too big and beautiful to just toss, Mother reasoned, her voice echoing the pragmatism that usually anchored our suburban household. And it's quite valuable. It ended up in my bedroom. A suburban 10-year-old space suddenly invaded by an object that felt millennia old. The mirror's presence was immediate and oppressive. It didn't feel like furniture. It felt like a large, silent stranger staring at me. I started noticing that my room, which faced the warm afternoon sun, always felt colder now. The mirror seemed to reflect a version of my room that was dimmer. It was not the reflection itself that bothered me, but what the reflection showed behind me. I'd be sitting at my desk, meticulously copying a lesson, and in the corner of the mirror, I'd see a blur of movement. Not mine, something else. A quick, indistinct shift in the shadows behind my chair. It would make my head snap around, but when I turned, the space was always empty. The wall was bare, the door closed. Nothing. The dread didn't come from the fear of a monster, but from the horrifying realization that the glass was showing me something that didn't exist in my physical room. The mirror was showing me a truth that my reality denied. It was an object that inverted logic, and as a child, that felt paralyzing. I developed an acute physical aversion to turning around. Every part of my body told me to check, to confirm the emptiness of the room. But the fear of what the mirror would reveal if I didn't turn was a much greater terror. I became practiced at my peripheral vision, watching the mirror from the corner of my eye as I did my homework, my entire body tense and prepared to jump. The figures in the glass, they were never clear. They were always on the edge of my vision, always blurry and shapeless, like heavy gray smoke. Sometimes, if I stared hard at my own reflection, trying to see past myself, I could almost discern a tall, wavering shape near the corner of the frame, almost like someone standing just outside a heavy rainstorm, their silhouette obscured by the water. My mother, a kind but fiercely rational woman, noticed my deteriorating state. I started sleeping fully clothed, facing the wall, or else I'd spend 20 minutes arranging blankets to cover the mirror, knowing the whole time that whatever was in the glass was watching me fumble with the cloth. "Eleanor, you need to stop watching those scary movies," she'd say gently, pulling the sheet down to show me nothing was there. "It's just an old piece of furniture." She could look at it without flinching because she saw a handsome, albeit tarnished, reflection of her living room. I looked at it and saw a portal, a window into a place adjacent to mine, occupied by entities that were finally, agonizingly close. The climax of the experiences came on a miserable, rainy night. I was standing in front of the mirror trying to tie my hair, fighting the urge to look away. I was determined to face the thing. I stared into my own 10-year-old eyes, breathing shallowly. And then, with agonizing slowness, there was a blur behind me, sharpened. Standing perhaps a foot behind my reflection was a terribly tall, dark, heavy-clothed figure. And there was hair. It looked like tangled wire. It was the clearest thing I'd ever seen in the mirror. My hands froze, and the hairbrush suspended inches from my scalp. My brain screamed, "Turn around," but I couldn't. Instead, I looked back into the reflection of my own face, and the face that stared back was not mine. The eyes were dark, hollowed-out sockets. The mouth was stretched open, and there were tears, black like oil, streaming down my contorted cheeks. My reflection, the 10-year-old girl in a blue shirt, was locked behind this other thing, absolutely terrified and pleading. The next thing I remember is falling backward, screaming, scrambling across the carpet. That was the moment that I understood the mirror wasn't showing me some sort of ghost. It was just showing me evil, possibly even showing me from another perspective. Either way, I was hysterical. I couldn't articulate the screaming reflection to my mother. I could only point and sob uncontrollably. Mother saw only the dark, cloudy glass, but she saw the trauma in my face. The mirror had crossed a line, inflicting an actual psychological wound. That night, Mother called an antiques dealer. She didn't believe in hauntings, but she believed in her daughter's peace of mind and money. The price was technically irrelevant. The object had to go. I watched from the kitchen doorway the next morning as two men, thick-armed and oblivious, strapped the mirror to a dolly. As they wheeled this monstrosity toward the front door, I remember catching one final glimpse. It was just my regular, intact reflection. But the edges of the glass weren't still. They seemed like a shimmer, like water. And I looked away. I can honestly say I haven't owned a full-length mirror since. I use a small wall-mounted one. The fear is still there, I guess with any mirrors. Just that sudden, panicked urge to spin around and confirm the emptiness of the room, or not wanting to catch anything in the reflection. Great Aunt Clara's mirror taught me that sometimes the things that watch us from the peripherals, they're just waiting for us to look back before they can show up in our reflection. Maybe. Either way, I've been afraid to let go of that vigilance ever since. This happened in the summer of 1986. I'm posting now because my nephew, the young fool, keeps talking about going off-grid near the reservation boundary to find himself. So I'm putting this in writing, somewhere permanent. Back then, I was 18, and like a lot of young people, I thought the stories were just stories. Respect the land, respect the stories, but don't believe them. I found out the hard way that when you push past the respectful boundaries, you find out why those warnings were put there in the first place. My older brother James and I had packed my father's old pickup and driven out far, past the last paved road, past the last homestead, to camp in the canyons near the New Mexico border. We wanted to see if we could find the old ruins our grandfather had talked about. We were about 5 miles in on foot, hiking a narrow, twisted wash, when we realized the heat, the terrain, and our casual arrogance had combined to get us utterly lost. The sun was dropping fast, turning the canyon walls a violent orange and purple. We were arguing about which bend in the wash looked familiar when we heard a voice. "You boys look like you could use a hand." We both jumped. Standing atop a 20-foot bank of red shale, completely still, was a man. He was dark-skinned, wearing clothes that looked 20 years out of date, a heavy denim jacket, even though it was 100 degrees, and worn leather boots. The strangest detail was his hat, a crisp, new-looking white Stetson that seemed impossible to keep clean in that dust. He offered to guide us to the main trail. He said his sheep were grazing just over the ridge. This was odd. We hadn't seen a single sheep all day. No tracks or anything. We were a little too desperate to argue. We climbed up to him. He was unnervingly friendly, with a smile that was a bit too fixed, like an advertisement. He introduced himself as Joe. As we started walking, he fell into a step between James and me, and that's when the small things started to get weird. First, I noticed his gait. The way he moved was fundamentally strange. He wasn't walking, he was gliding. His feet barely seemed to touch the ground. The stride was almost humorous. He never once stumbled or kicked up dust. James and I were, so if I hadn't been paying attention, I might not have noticed. but James noticed it too, shooting me a nervous look when Joe wasn't watching. Then there was Joe's voice. It started out normal enough, but it was like he was shifting his cadence. One minute he sounded like an elderly relative telling a slow, deliberate story. The next he'd use a phrase that belonged to a kid my age, complete with 80s slang, but without the appropriate youthful inflection. It was like he was trying on different voices, practicing. He had sunglasses on, which was normal. But when the sun finally dipped and he took them off, I saw his eyes. They were a dark, flat brown, but they had absolutely no reflection or depth. You could shine a flashlight directly into them, and they wouldn't reflect the light back. I was sure of it. They were dark pits, absorbing everything and reflecting nothing. Joe started guiding us deeper into the canyon, not toward a trail that I was familiar with. But hey, we were lost. I started to notice, though, we were going toward a narrow box canyon known locally as the Throat. This way's faster, Joe insisted, that permanent smile still on his face. My cousin lives through here, and he has a truck. James stopped dead and grabbed me. Wait, Joe. That canyon, it leads to a drop-off. My grandfather told us that. The smile on Joe's face didn't change, but his eyes locked onto James. The air suddenly felt cold. But it was the kind of cold that the desert never gets. Then, Joe spoke. But the voice wasn't his. It was a sickening imitation of my mother's voice, pleading and panicked. James, please. My brother gasped, his eyes wide with horror. That voice, it came from this grinning thing in a white hat. I could see that my brother wasn't going to move. I shoved James against the canyon wall. I grabbed a heavy walking stick, and I turned to face Joe. But he wasn't there. No one was there. But we weren't off that easy. There was a sound. It was a wet, clicking noise, like bones grinding together against skin and muscle. I grabbed James, and we ran. We swung the stick as we ran, and we just kept running. Eventually, you could feel the shift, the desert back to its normal temperature, absent of this screeching, wet sound. We caught our breath and decided we didn't have a clue where we were, and the darkness wasn't helping. We had no choice but to try to stay until the light was back. It was a rather sleepless night. Each of us positive we kept hearing things, voices. Every sound, big or small, was enough to keep us awake until sunrise. We made it out that morning. Finally found the truck. We never told anyone about what happened. It was basically our secret. Everyone had already told us not to go. Which is why I tell my nephew, respect the warnings, respect the land, and don't accept guidance from someone who appears in the middle of nowhere, wearing a brand new white hat or something else off, because that ain't no guide. There's a wooden cross on the bend of a 2-lane highway just before taking the exit to my small town. I've lived here for years. Family lived out here, and after I graduated, I came to work for my uncle's roofing company. I casually gazed at this cross while passing by upwards between 3 or 4 times a day. It's a good reminder to slow down driving through these hills. The longer you live here, the easier twists and turns become. I'd like to hope I'm not the only one that pumps their brakes a little more when driving these roads. Sadly, this wooden cross isn't alone. Every few miles, you'll see another one. A lot on such a small stretch of highway. But I'd find out. The crosses aren't at all an accurate depiction of the deaths that have happened. And while many of these are from driving under the influence, other accidents have had us scratching our heads when reading about them on our police department's Twitter account. Since I moved out here, I never liked driving on our highway at night. To easily sum it up, it's a twisty, thin road with a lane for east and a lane for west, divided by a thin yellow line. On each of the other sides are steep, mountainous drops. The only lights helping you see are the ones attached to your car. It's easy to see how most of the accidents occur. But then a notification will light up my phone, telling me that they found a truck, unoccupied, with its hazards blinking. They identified the vehicle's owner from the wallet left in the glove box. They put on an extensive search in the area, but from what I know, the guy never came back to his car, and he was never found. I myself have seen balls of light racing in and out of the trees. Around here, no one's gonna think you're telling a lie if you mention Bigfoot. I've seen 2 of those big fuckers duking it out with each other right in the middle of the road. At least that's what it looked like. Either that or a big furry rock slide, and oddly enough, I haven't seen a furry rock. Mossy rocks I've seen, but rocks screaming and swinging on each other like massive gorillas with long legs rolling down an embankment and off another. If I was any closer, they probably would have taken me off the edge with them. We think they live in the abandoned mining caves located around town. Guns don't work on them. My buddy tried blasting one in his backyard, but that just pissed it off. He ended up getting all of his windows smashed in by a showering of big rocks being thrown periodically through the night until sunrise. Most of the time, they just stay out of our way. It's rare to actually see one up close, but I wasn't trying to make this about Bigfoot. I apologize, because honestly, I don't think they're the ones to blame for the accidents. Driving down this highway, I've also seen spirits manifest in the road. If I didn't have my wits about me, I would have naturally cranked the wheel until my car went off a cliff from a 90-degree turning angle. The city repairs the thin metal barrier, but the rubber tire marks remain on the pavement for years. There's something deeply creepy about seeing these faded trails that lead straight off the edge of the road. From the stories I've heard from others that have seen them, they think the spirits are intentionally trying to scare the drivers off the cliff because they're lonely. With so many deaths, I don't know how they could be so lonely, though. There should be enough souls out there to throw a mini festival, decades and decades of them. The county couldn't financially undertake the job that it would take to make this road safer, at least not anytime soon. All we could do is buckle up and drive cautiously. The wildlife around here stay mostly in the forested area. I've only had to slow down for a half full of deer crossing the road. But some people, they'll go as far as to tell you that the deer can't be trusted. This last one I actually heard a couple weeks ago down at the bar. A lady from one of our neighboring towns had walked into the bar, telling everyone that on her drive in, she saw a deer on the side of the road. It was standing up on 2 legs. Its face looked decayed, more skeleton than skin. It had huge black eyes, and it stared at her when she sped by. When she looked in her rearview mirror, it was chasing her. She floored it the rest of the way to the bar. The old pervs were the first to offer words of advice and trade horror stories in line with hers. One going as far as to blame these accidents on the deer. And at this point, I'd be a fool to rule anything out that seems too strange to be true. This happened back when I was in elementary school, maybe 3rd or 4th grade. Our schoolyard was basically a big open lot with a blacktop and some faded basketball hoops, and then a huge stretch of grass that sloped down toward a row of trees. Beyond the trees was nothing but fields. To us kids, it seemed endless. We'd dare each other to run down there during recess, even though the teachers always yelled at us to stay close to the building. It was one of those cold, sunny days in early spring. The ground was still a little frozen, the air sharp. The sun felt like it was pretending to be warm, but it wasn't. Most kids were on the blacktop playing kickball, but I got bored, wandered toward the grassy part. A couple friends followed me, but they stopped halfway down the hill. I kept going. At the edge of the tree line, I saw something. Someone standing there. At first, I thought it was one of the older kids who'd snuck away to smoke or something. But this figure wasn't moving. It was standing perfectly still. And the weirdest thing was that it didn't look solid. It was like a shadow that had stepped out of the trees. Dark, human-shaped, but not solid. Its proportions were strange, stretched in some places. My brain was doing the kid thing where you try to make sense of something by telling yourself it's normal. Maybe it was a teacher. Maybe a coat rack left outside. But then it moved. Slowly. It lifted its arm and waved at me. Not a playful wave like, "Hi, come over here." It was this stiff movement, like a signal. I backed up a few steps and then turned and bolted toward the blacktop. My friends started laughing at me, asking what I saw. But when I pointed back at the trees, the figure was gone. "Didn't you see it?" They hadn't. One of the recess aides had been watching me. I remember she came over after the bell rang. Her face was pale. She asked me what I was looking at down there. I was embarrassed and just shrugged. She didn't push, but I saw her whispering to another teacher as we lined up to go back inside, and I thought that was strange. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The way it waved, the stiffness, the fact that it was gone when I looked back and that no one had seen it. The next day, I tried to avoid going near the grassy part, but I couldn't help sneaking glances at the trees. About a week later, I overheard two teachers talking in the hallway. They didn't see me, but I caught enough to piece something together. One of them said something like, "It's that same spot again." And the other said, "Oh, let's not scare the kids. It's been years since it happened." Years since what happened? Eventually, I did some digging, and it would be years later when I was in high school. I asked around and found out that a student really had gone missing from the field in the late 80s, long before I was enrolled. Supposedly, a little boy had been playing near the tree line during recess, and when the bell rang, he never came back. Search parties looked for weeks, but found nothing. The official explanation was that he ran away, but anyone who grew up in that town knew better. Kids whispered about it, parents changed the subject, and now every time I think back to that day in the schoolyard, I can't shake the feeling that the thing I saw, the shadow waving at me, was connected, like it was waiting for someone to see it. But I also wonder, had someone seen it before? Is that what the teachers were whispering about? I went to college in rural Appalachia, and if you spend any time there, you hear the rules. Don't whistle in the woods, never stay out after dark, ignore crying sounds deep in the trees. They sound like silly superstitions until you're actually out there. I kept trying to forget about this story, but years later, the sheer panic of the night still surfaces, so it's worth sharing. This particular night, I ignored the most important rule: stay out of the woods from dusk till dawn. I was on a very rural, isolated stretch of the Blue Ridge Parkway with my girlfriend. We found a pull-off perfect for watching the sunset. It was beautiful, silent, and felt entirely safe. We got comfortable, laying down in the back of my car to watch the colors fade. We got so relaxed we started dozing off. I woke up naturally, maybe 45 minutes after the sun had completely dropped. The transition was instantaneous and jarring. It wasn't just dark, it was smothering. Absolute blackness that seemed to press in from all sides. The initial beauty was gone. And the first thing I noticed was the silence. The woods had been full of chirps and late-day buzzing before we fell asleep. Now they were dead quiet. No crickets or wind, just a heavy, unnatural vacuum. This sickening feeling instantly washed over me. It was the primal, unmistakable sense of being watched. Not just observed, but hunted even. I felt every hair stand up, and the back of my neck prickled with a cold dread that had nothing to do with the temperature. I knew we needed to leave now. I gently tried to shake my girlfriend awake, trying to keep my movements slow and quiet, terrified of making a sound. And that's when the silence finally broke. It wasn't a rustle or a snap of a twig. It was a sound that punched the dark and ripped right through me. A gut-wrenching, full-throated scream from the woods right beside the car. I know what mountain lions and foxes sound like. This was not an animal. This was the sound of a full-grown human being screaming bloody, agonizing murder. It sounded like pure, unfiltered terror, maybe suffering. I reacted instantly. Adrenaline flooded my system. I scrambled out of the car, slammed the trunk shut, and I sprinted to the driver's door, fumbling for the lock. As my hand went from the ignition, the sound changed. The screaming stopped, replaced by an unsettling, almost maniacal, cackling laughter. It seemed to be traveling and getting closer. Beneath the laughter, I heard a distinct, heavy thud of footsteps bolting straight toward us through the brush. My key twisted in the ignition. The engine roared to life. I didn't look in the mirrors or look toward the trees. I didn't care about the gravel flying. I matted the gas pedal, and I got the hell out of there. The car fishtailed slightly on the loose dirt, and the sounds, the laughter, the heavy running, were instantly swallowed by the distance. Neither of us spoke the entire drive back to campus. We were both pale, shaking, just staring straight ahead. I've avoided that stretch of the parkway ever since. There's no hiking trails or buildings or campsites anywhere near where we parked. I have absolutely no idea what was out there. All I know is that if I hadn't woke up exactly when I did, well, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. I guess I'd just say, don't go wandering in those woods after dark. Some rules are worth abiding by. My wife, girlfriend at the time, in the 90s, worked at a hospital that was built in the 1800s. It'd been converted into palliative care at some point. There were modern wings added and another section with low care units, a bit like single-level cabins in a garden setting. That area was for those who were still independent enough to take care of themselves but needed to be close to medical assistance. Some of the original old building remained in use, and it had numerous areas where cold drafts, stubborn doors, and other issues existed. The best one was a door that would lock and then completely unlock itself later, with nobody around to turn the lock. Anyway, my wife got a ride from a neighbor who also worked there, but on Fridays, that lady would finish up at lunch, and my wife would work a full day, so I would go and pick her up, about 40 minutes each way. Because traffic was unpredictable, I always gave myself an hour to get there. I would wait outside the brick cottage used as an office on an old church pew. Some of the older residents from the low care units would wander around the grounds. It was a beautiful rural setting, and they would say hello. After a few weeks, I came to know Ken. He was in his 80s and lived in low care. He had some ongoing issues and would spend days at a time in the hospital and then be back home for a few weeks. He worked out my routine, and each Friday, he'd be sitting on that church pew waiting for me. I enjoyed talking to him. He was full of life experience, and he'd seen and done so much in his younger years. He loved sharing those stories, and I loved listening to them. Ken had a 1980s Toyota Celica. He couldn't drive it anymore, but he didn't want to sell it. When his family came to see him, he'd make them drive him around in it. He would always ask me to take him out for a drive, but I barely knew the man, and I didn't want to drive an unfamiliar car. Besides, I only had 20 minutes or so before I'd be on my way. Ken was an avid golf player. He told me how his son came to visit him once a week, confirmed by my wife. He said they'd go out in the Celica. I assumed they were going to golf. Ken would recount how well he did, telling me about plowing the ball into the rough or scoring 3 birdies in a row. He also kept count of the balls that went into the water. Each week was a different story. Some weeks he would be 3 over once his handicap was taken up. Other times he played really well and was 1 under after handicap. I wasn't into golf myself, but my dad and brother played all the time, so I was familiar with it. His stories were always different and so well told. Once the week's golf game highlights were covered, he'd tell me about his time as a young man in the Air Force and World War II stories. He stayed in the Air Force for many years as a mechanic, becoming a team leader and training instructor for new mechanics. Eventually, he became a trade teacher at a technical college and did that for 10 or so years before retiring. He had stories about machining new parts out of whatever they could to make things work. Failures, funny workshop incidents, and then funny student stories from the college period. A whole lot of entertainment for me. I found myself leaving earlier and earlier on Fridays just so I could spend more time with him. Occasionally I'd turn up and he wouldn't be there, but then my wife would tell me that he's in the hospital for a stint. I actually found myself missing our little chats. About 9 months of this and things changed. This particular Friday seemed like we were back to normal. He wasn't in the hospital anymore, and back on the church pew. He recounted the week's golf game. I desperately had to visit the restroom, so I excused myself. When I came back, he was gone. I told my wife, and she said, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you. Ken passed away earlier this week." But I was just there, talking to him, before I went to the toilet. He told me about the golf game. How could that be? Are you sure it's the same Ken? The following week, I noticed his car had moved from the usual spot under the carport to the visitors' parking area. In its place was a large 4-wheel drive with a big trailer on the back, partially loaded with furniture and boxes. It made me stop. It seemed like confirmation he was gone, but I was still hoping he was alive and well. After all, I'd been talking to him a week earlier. I walked down to the unit and found his son cleaning out the contents. I introduced myself. He knew about me. Ken told him about our Friday chats. He confirmed his dad had passed the prior Tuesday. I didn't want to upset him, so I kept quiet about how I'd spoken to him the week before, 3 days after he died. But I now had confirmation that it wasn't the human body of Ken sitting on that church pew talking to me. He went on to say that his dad loved an audience, and he hoped he didn't bore me. Quite the opposite, actually. We spoke for a bit about some of the funny stories he'd shared, that from the Air Force, war stories. I told him how impressed I was that Ken was still so sharp that he could recount each week's golf game. He looked puzzled. "Golf game?" he said. Yes, he would recount in great detail each week's game. He then told me that Ken hadn't played golf in at least 10 years. He used to play professionally with his wife, but that he gave it up a long time ago. I was stunned. His son then explained that he used to pick up Ken each Thursday, go to the cemetery to visit Ken's wife's grave, then onto the cafe for lunch before doing some grocery shopping. topping off the car with fuel and returning home. A good 4 or 5 hours all up, about how long I would expect him to take for a round of golf. He never once mentioned any of those activities. It amazes me that he could recount so much detail. The golf stories, I guess they had to be past experiences, as the play-by-play detail that he gave, it just couldn't be made up. So anyway, that's my story about Ken. You know how some houses just feel old? Not just structurally, but heavy. Like they've absorbed too much time and too many arguments. Our house, bought cheap outside of Asheville, was like that. 3 stories of clapboard and silence, sitting on 5 acres of forgotten subland. My wife Sara and I moved in last spring. Everything was pretty perfect, especially for the first 2 months. Unpacking, painting, arguing over where to put the hideous antique desk we inherited. It was actually fun. Then the house started showing us things. It started small. Sara would be in the kitchen, humming, and she'd glance out the side window over the sink, the one that looks out into the overgrown path leading to the shed, and she'd see him, the watcher. He was always perfectly framed by the window, never too close, never too far. A man, tall and unnaturally gaunt. He wore clothes that looked too heavy for the season, dark gray, rough wool, maybe, and a wide-brimmed hat that cast his face into shadow. He stood utterly still, just looking at the house. For a while, it was only Sara that could see him. So you can imagine, it started out a bit rough. The first time, she screamed and dropped a plate. I came running. When I looked, there was nothing. Just the thick rhododendrons and the messy yard. "He was there, Ben," she insisted, her voice shaking. "He was so thin, just staring." He'd appear at the living room window, framed by the old, slightly warped glass. This is where I'd see him. I'd be reading, catch a slight movement in my peripheral, and there he'd be, still, immobile, always facing the house, his posture rigid and formal. He didn't look at me exactly. He looked through the house, at something beyond me. We called the police, of course, twice. They drove the perimeter, looked for footprints. There were none, even when the ground was muddy. And they gently suggested that we were seeing things. That, of course, discouraged us from calling them again. The stress became a blanket over the house. We started keeping all the curtains drawn tight, even during the day. It made the house dark and close, but it felt safer somehow. One night, the fear escalated into pure, blinding panic. We were upstairs in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. It's the back corner room, overlooking the deep woods. Sara was getting ready for bed. I was scrolling on my phone. She froze and her eyes were fixed on the tall window next to the dresser. "He's here," she whispered. I didn't argue this time. The air in the room had gone heavy. I looked towards the window, and there he was, the watcher. He was standing outside, looking up at our window. This was impossible. The window was a solid 20 feet off the ground. He wasn't on a ladder or a roof. He was suspended there, his feet dangling slightly, his gaunt frame unnervingly stable. The shadow from his hat was deep, but I could make out the sharp, downward curve of his mouth. A look of profound, eternal disapproval. I grabbed the bedside lamp. I actually screamed at him. "Get out of here. Get away from here." And I rushed toward the window, ready to smash the glass. Just as I reached the sill, he vanished. Not a fast disappearance, but an instant silent poof, like he'd just been erased. Sara was sobbing. She was huddled near the closet. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, sitting guard with the fireplace poker, convinced that this levitating person was real, that they were going to break in. We called the realtor the next morning. We were leaving, but we needed one final sanity check. While packing up in the kitchen, I noticed something strange about the window over the sink. The very first place that Sara had seen him. The glass was old, wavy, a little greasy from years of cooking. In the late afternoon light, the reflection was strong. As I was wiping it clean, I saw my own reflection distorted in the glass. Behind my shoulder, perfectly framed by the window, the watcher. I whirled around, but nothing. I looked back at the glass and he was still there, reflected right behind me. I understood. He was never outside. He wasn't looking in. The watcher was a reflection, a presence that had bonded to the house, an entity that stood perpetually inside the structure, using the windows like mirrors to look out at the world that he was trapped in. Every time we saw him, we thought he was outside because he was looking at the house. He was looking at his prison. And so I thought, when he appeared at the second-story window, he wasn't floating. He was standing on the second-story floor, right behind us, staring at his own reflection and ours in the light. I worked in intensive care for 12 years, and I saw some strange things. One night, we had 4 patients in a row lose very important lines. These are things like central lines for IVs, breathing tubes, feeding tubes, etc. No one was in the room with the patients at the time that this was happening. Our desks were designed so that we were between 2 patient rooms. We could see both rooms from one desk. The patients were sedated on the vent. The first had a central line that pulled out. We managed that, stabilized the patient, and then the next patient pulled out their breathing tube. Then a feeding tube. The next was another breathing tube. There was no reason for it, and we tried to figure it out. More often, some patients would see a little boy in red pajamas come to their door or into their rooms. Whenever they reported seeing the boy, that patient would die soon afterwards. I only had one patient that saw him. She had a stroke. We were doing comfort care only. I was working the night shift. Throughout the night, she had periods of being afraid, so I'd hold her hand and we would talk, the best she could. And this would calm her down. During one such talk, she said, "Watch out for Bruce." Bruce is my dad's name. This woman didn't know me, did not know my dad, and I'd made no mention of him while taking care of her. I said, "Who's Bruce?" Thinking maybe it was someone close to her. She laughed and said, "You know who he is. You look just like him." I had chills all over. I do look like my dad, just like him. She said, "Watch out for him. Make sure he doesn't fall. Just watch out for him." And then she drifted off to sleep. A little while after that, she saw the little boy dressed in red. She asked who he was, why we had children in the unit. I told her we didn't. It was an adult ICU. I asked her to describe him. She said, "I guess he's about 2 or so, blonde, wearing red pajamas. He comes to the door and just stares at me. He doesn't come inside." She died later that day, on day shift. We had superstitions about certain things, such as if a patient was dying, tie a knot in the bedsheet and the patient would last through your shift. Or if a patient was dying and it seemed to be unusually prolonged, open the doors or windows and give their spirits somewhere to go. Some patients would hold on until a date had passed so that they wouldn't die on an anniversary or birthday or other important date. Occasionally, we'd have a room where several patients in a row would die, so we started asking the chaplain to cleanse the room after 3 deaths. That would almost always end the cycle. The worst thing that I saw was a very mean old woman. She was in our unit for a couple of days. She was truly awful. She would say mean things to the staff. She cursed at everyone. She got physical. She didn't have any family or friends that came to visit her. One night, she had a cardiac arrest, and we put her on the vent. She was awake on the vent, and she was terrified. She was looking up, not seeing anything in this world, and she was shaking her head. No, very emphatically. She was holding her arms up as if to protect herself. She looked like she was trying to scream, but of course, she couldn't make any sound because of the breathing tube. We tried to calm her down, to sedate her, but nothing worked. She had another cardiac arrest and died. After her death, we contacted her sons. It was then that we learned why no one visited. She had abused her sons their entire lives. Both had cut off contact with her. Whether you believe in hell or not, it sure seemed she was going somewhere she didn't want to. I worked in a government building for 8 years, just clerical stuff. Lots of filing, paperwork, quiet hallways. It was a job where coffee's always burnt and the carpet was never quite dry. The lights always seemed to flicker just enough to make you think about switching careers. The hallway was on the 3rd floor. Everyone called it the backstretch. It ran along the north side of the building and didn't have any windows. Just a long line of closed office doors and a weird echo when you walked it alone. At first I didn't notice anything strange about it. The light above me would flicker off when I passed under it, sure. But this is a governmental building. Half of the bulbs were overdue for replacement. I figured it was motion sensors acting up or a dying ballast. Still, it was always the same light. No matter what time of day, no matter how many times maintenance seemed to check on it. The first time I mentioned it, a guy from HR said, "Yeah, that hallway's a little weird. Everyone gets it eventually." I didn't know what he meant, but I do now. After a few months, I started avoiding that stretch when I could. Not because I was scared, just unsettled. It was always a little too cold. My shoes always squeaked louder than they should have, and the light, it went from flickering to just snapping off the second I would step under it, and then it would come back on as soon as I passed. One day, I waited, just to test it. I stood a few feet away, watching the fixture buzz softly. As I stepped beneath it, it went dark. I stood there in the shadow, still as I could. It stayed off. When I stepped forward, it came back on. And that's when I just couldn't help but start asking around. Most people laughed it off, said it was just the building. But there's a couple who went quiet when I brought it up. One woman, Debbie, from records. She told me not to linger there, not after hours. "Why?" I asked. She didn't answer, just tapped her nails on the desk nervously, looked away, kind of smiled, laughed at herself, but didn't say why. Eventually I stopped pressing. That winter, I got stuck late one night. Something with payroll errors that had to be fixed before morning. Everyone else had gone home. The building was quiet. Dead quiet. I had to print something from the machine in the copy room, which was, you guessed it, down the backstretch. I told myself it was fine. It was fine. I was tired. I just wanted to go home. The hallway was darker than usual, of course. One of the overhead panels had gone completely out, and the rest hummed like an old TV left on mute. I walked fast, keeping my eyes forward. As I passed under that light, it flicked off. As I stood there, I realized I didn't hear my echo this time. Usually in that hallway, your footsteps bounce back at you. It's narrow and lined with hard walls. Everything you do sounds more like more than one person doing it. But this time, I heard nothing like that. Maybe my own steps, but singular and flat. And then something behind me tapped. 3 slow taps, like knuckles on glass. I moved from outside the light. It flicked back on, turned around. There was nothing there. During my little fright, I'd tossed my papers practically everywhere. I considered leaving them on the ground, but picked them up knowing that if I didn't, I'd just have to come back. After that, I'll admit it got harder to ignore the light, or the hallway in general. I started having trouble sleeping even. I'd wake up at like 3:15 every night for weeks. That number burned into my brain, though I still don't really know why. I just kept dreaming of long hallways, of lights turning off in sequence as something followed behind me just out of view. Same thing with staircases, parking lots, streets. Always just lights turning off, following me. Maybe that doesn't sound scary, but it was the feeling that accompanied it. One morning I came into work and I found the carpet beneath that flickering light had soaked through. No leak above, no bursted pipes, just a dark, wet patch, like someone had stood there dripping for hours. Maintenance didn't have an explanation, just said they'd keep an eye on it. I stopped walking that hallway as much as I could, always taking a buddy with me if I had to. But then my last week there, I'd already put in my notice, new job, new city, fresh start. On my second to last day, I had to hand deliver a file to someone who had moved their office, right past the backstretch. I waited until midday, bright sunlight outside, plenty of people around. I walked it fast, holding my breath when I passed beneath the light. It didn't flicker, though. For the first time in years, it just stayed on. I thought maybe the bulb had finally been replaced. Maybe it was all over. But when I turned around just to see, I saw footprints. 2 wet marks, side by side, facing the opposite direction that I had walked. Clearly, bare feet. The placement was like someone had been standing there, watching me walk towards them. I called out, just a quick hello. I don't even know why. No one answered. The light above turned off. I left early that day. Called it a long lunch. Never came back. I don't work there anymore, and I haven't been back since. Every so often, I make my way downtown just to drive by the building. I don't know what I'm expecting to see or what, but I guess I can just definitely say that there's some sort of energy in that building. Something that doesn't feel quite of this world, yet not super foreign either. I have no idea. But it's the weirdest thing I've ever experienced, and I had to share. This happened when I was 13, maybe 14. Never really talked about it much, not seriously anyway. Around here, it just turned into one of those weird family stories, ones that people tell when they're drinking too much or try to scare the younger kids. But it wasn't a story. I was there. I saw it. I grew up in Nebraska, not far from Kearney. If you've ever driven through the state, you know that kind of place I mean. Flat, open, long stretches of nothing but sky and crops. Summers were humid, full of bugs. You'd sweat through your clothes before lunch and still get sunburned under a ball cap. Anyway, every summer, my cousin Travis and I would spend a couple of weeks at our grandparents' farm. They had a couple 100 acres, mostly corn, and their house was one of those 2-story white ones with a big porch and peeling paint. No internet, no cable, just radio, books, and our own dumb ideas. That summer was hot, too hot. Even the bugs were quiet by midday, and the corn grew taller than I'd ever seen it. Taller than us, even when we stood on our 4-wheeler. Grandpa said the ground was restless. I didn't know what that meant at the time. I thought he was just being weird. But the first night, we noticed the lights. We were out near the back property line, past the grain bins, tossing firecrackers and pretending to be soldiers. And then we saw them. These soft, blue-white glows floating above the corn. Not flashing like fireflies, not even flickering like flames. They moved slow, smooth, like they were weaving between the rows. Travis thought that it was some sort of elevated flashlight, or kids playing with lanterns. I didn't like it. It made the hair on my arm stand up. We ran back to the house, and Grandpa was already on the porch with his boots on, just watching the field. "You boys stay inside tonight," he said, "and close the curtains." We listened. The next day, Travis asked him about the lights, and Grandpa didn't say much, just mumbled something about thin places, how the corn remembers. No clue what that was supposed to mean. That night we stayed up, watching from the second-story window. Around midnight, the lights came back, but there were more this time. 10, maybe 15 of them, moving in patterns, almost like they were dancing. I wanted to wake up Grandpa, but Travis was already sneaking downstairs, said he wanted to see up close. I told him that he was being stupid, but he wouldn't stop. So I followed him. We cut through the back field, careful not to step on the irrigation lines. The lights were still there, pulsing just above the corn. As we got closer, everything got quiet. There was just a faint buzzing in my ears, like when you stand up too fast. And then the corn parted. I swear, it opened up, like something big had moved through it, fast, right in front of us. I turned to Travis, and he was gone. Gone. I called his name. Nothing. Pushed through the stalks. Nothing. Ran back to the house, screaming. Grandpa didn't ask questions, just grabbed his shotgun and a lantern, went into the field alone. Came back an hour later, empty-handed. His hands were shaking. His shirt was soaked through with sweat, and he wouldn't meet my eyes. We called the cops, the neighbors. They searched for days. Dogs, helicopters. No signs of Travis. No torn clothing. No footprints. Just vanished. The story in town became that he ran away. But we all knew better. Grandpa had the whole field plowed under by the end of the week. Corn destroyed, topsoil overturned. He never grew anything on that part of the land again. Just let it sit there, bare and dusty, like a scar. Years later, I found something buried under his old toolbox in the barn. It was a photo, yellowed with age. It was from the 60s. 4 kids standing in a cornfield, holding hands, smiling. One of them looked just like Travis. In the background, it's faint, but it's visible. One of those lights. I'm posting this because I need to know if anyone has ever experienced anything like a perfect auditory hallucination, or if I should get my hearing checked. This happened in my building's underground parking garage late last night. I live in a newer apartment complex just outside of Salt Lake City. The garage is concrete, unheated, and dead quiet. It's like a sound vacuum. I went down there around 1 a.m. to grab my snowboarding bag from my trunk. As soon as I started walking across the concrete, I heard something. I was wearing my heavy winter boots, and with every step, I could hear a faint second set of boots hitting the ground, right behind me. It was too precise to be a normal echo. It was like someone was matching my stride, maybe 2 steps back. I walked faster and the sound sped up. I stopped dead, and the other steps took more than a few seconds to come to a stop. It was creepy, but I'm from Utah. I figured it was just some weird acoustics of a cold, empty box of concrete. I tried to ignore it. I got my bag and started walking toward the elevator. The air was heavy, cold. You could practically see your breath even inside. As I passed the concrete door to the emergency stairwell, a thick steel door that's always dark and locked, I heard a muffled sound from the other side. It was a voice, a man's voice. It called my name. Jake? Hey, Jake, is that you? I froze. I knew that voice. Instantly, undeniably, I knew it. It was my older brother, Josh. His exact texture, that slight gravelly tone he gets when he's stressed. Josh lived in Denver, though. 500 miles away. He's never even visited my apartment. I called out. Hello? The voice came back instantly, sounding genuinely strained and panicked. Jake, man, I'm stuck down here. I slipped on the ice on the stairs. I think I twisted something. The sheer auditory certainty, the exact voice of the person I trust most, overruled all logic. I was 90% convinced that it was my brother somehow, some emergency that I couldn't understand. Logically, I should have just called my brother, but instead I took 1 step toward the stairwell. And then I stopped. My brain hit a wall of cold facts. This stairwell door requires a key fob. Josh doesn't have one. I hadn't opened the door yet, but the voice claimed to be stuck down there. Right before the voice spoke, I heard the faint sound of those footsteps, and it reminded me of the ones from the garage. All these realizations hit me. Whatever this was, it wasn't a person. It was an anomaly. It knew my name, though. I text my brother. Hey, man, you still in Denver? I waited for a response, anxiously. I decided to check the stairwell. I opened the door. I called out. Hello? Is someone there? That would have been the perfect time for someone to tell me that they needed help, for real. But I heard nothing. I turned to hit the elevator call button. Jake, don't leave me down here. It's so cold. It wasn't a shout. It was like gritting anger through his teeth. And I don't know. I couldn't wait for the elevator door to open. And right before it did, I got the text. Yeah, of course. Where are you? ? It was my brother. As the elevator doors slid open, I found my way in there. I was desperately pressing the button to close the doors, and it was taking forever. The second I actually got into my apartment, I called my brother. At first, he was confused because I was hyperventilating. I don't know what it was. It wasn't a ghost of my brother. He's all right. It was like something that used the acoustics and the isolation of that concrete bunker to try to lure me into the dark. But why? And how? I take the outside stairs now. This is the event that made me a firm believer a long time ago. I know everyone says childhood memories get fuzzy, but some details are just burned into you. This happened in upstate New York. I must have been about 8 years old, right during Christmas break in '88 or '89. When you're that age, it all blends together. We had one of those massive, multi-day blizzards that just swallows the world. The whole house felt muffled. All the usual sounds, the neighbor's dog, the faint traffic, they were gone, replaced by this dead silence, this soft swooshing of the snow hitting the side of the house. My parents were downstairs watching some late-night movie, the sound barely filtering up the stairs. I was trying to sleep when I heard it for the first time. It was coming from the carpeted hallway, right outside my bedroom door. A soft, heavy drag. It sounded exactly like something made of wet wool being pulled slowly across the floor. Sluggish, wet, and heavy. It stopped right at my door. I assumed it was the cat, though it sounded far too big. Then came a gentle, rhythmic tap against the wood. It wasn't forceful, just a quiet, deliberate knock. I knew it wasn't my parents. I was terrified, but also curious the way kids are. I sat up and slid out of bed. The floorboards didn't even creak because it was so cold. I slowly walked to the door and eased it open just a crack, wide enough to peek out into the dim light of the hallway nightlight. Standing directly at my door was the figure. It was tall and slender, absolutely indistinct. Just a tall, shimmering sliver of shadow that had the discernible silhouette of a man in a very heavy, water-soaked coat. He looked like he was permanently leaning against the relentless cold. But the terrifying part wasn't the vision, it was the sound. The moment I cracked that door, the faint noise of my parents' TV, the subtle creaks of the house, it all snapped off. Everything went silent. All I could hear was the immediate, violent whoosh of the blizzard outside, which felt like it was suddenly happening inside my head. This figure brought the storm's sound vacuum with him. He didn't look at me. He was standing slightly angled toward the window in the hallway that looked out into the sunroom, onto the storm. Then, one of his long, shadowy arms slowly lifted. He moved his hand away from the door, reached past the opening, and extended it toward the window beside my bed. The inside of the glass had this thin layer of frost, where the cold met the indoor heat. The figure reached out, and with an unbelievable, heartbreaking gentleness, he placed a finger against the glass fog and slowly traced a perfect circle. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking out into the blizzard. I couldn't breathe. I was looking at someone who was so cold or so lost that his only instinct was to clear the glass to see the storm that, had killed him. That's what I felt. All 9 years of me, that's what I felt. I remember I gasped. It was a small, involuntary sound, and instantly the door slammed shut. I ran to it, I locked it, and I burrowed under the covers. When I finally dared to breathe again, the air in the room felt strangely damp and colder than it should have. I didn't open the door until morning, when my dad called me for breakfast. The first thing I did, heart pounding, was check the window. There, right where the figure had reached, was a perfect, pristine circle, wiped into the condensation near the edge of the glass. The rest of the window was foggy, but that one spot was clear, about the size of a teacup saucer. I didn't tell anyone what happened for years, but I'll never forget that feeling of being face to face with something that was so cold and desperate. I know what I saw. It felt like a man, not a evil figure. Just one forever in a final frustrating moment, trying to see his way out of the snow. My name is Jim, and I used to drive the graveyard shift on Route 12, a loop that runs from the downtown hub out past an abandoned industrial park and loops back through a stretch of highway bordering the old city cemetery. 20 years I'd been doing this, and you see a lot of strange stuff after midnight, but usually it's just sad human stuff. Drunks, runaways, and shift workers too tired to drive. This happened a few weeks before my retirement, right as the first cold November rain started to fall. It was about 3 a.m. I had just passed the cemetery. The bus was practically empty. Just me and a little old lady, Miss Henderson, sitting 2 rows back. She's a regular. She takes the run out to her daughter's place. She's also hard of hearing, wears thick glasses, and usually sleeps the whole way. I was focused on the slick, black asphalt, listening to the monstrous slap of the wipers when the voice cut through the sound of the rain. It was loud, not shouting, but amplified, right next to my ear, and horribly distorted, like it was speaking through a tin can filled with gravel. "Driver, pull over." I nearly jumped out of my seat. I slammed my foot on the brake slightly, checking my mirrors. I hadn't picked anyone up. "Ma'am," I called out, turning my head quickly to look at Mrs. Henderson, though it hadn't sounded like her. She was fast asleep, her head bobbing gently against the window. No way that voice came out of her. I straightened up and my hands gripped the wheel a bit tighter. "You're going the wrong way, driver. I need to get off here." The voice was deeper now, resonating through the whole bus. It was a demanding, absolute authority that made the hair stand up on my arms. I looked again into the rearview mirror, checking every seat. Empty. Completely and utterly empty. My heart started hammering against my insides. Where was Mrs. Henderson? I reached for the radio. Before I could key the mic, a presence moved. I felt a sudden crushing drop in temperature in the front of the bus and saw something briefly like a shadow. It now felt like something was in the seat next to me. Then I heard a wet, guttural hiss right next to my left ear, close enough that I felt the cold air. "Stop. You will stop the bus now." The sheer overwhelming malice in the word "stop" was palpable. It wasn't just telling me to pull over. It was trying to exert a physical, malevolent control. A massive wave of pressure hit me when the words hit, and for a terrifying second, I felt my foot involuntarily try to push down on the brake pedal. The bus itself seemed to react. The dashboard lights flickered violently, red, yellow, off, on, and the steering wheel fought against my hands, retching slightly to the right, toward the ditch. I jammed my foot on the gas instead, fighting the unseen force, pouring pure speed into the engine. "Get off my bus," I roared into the empty air, adrenaline finally overriding my fear. "Get off my route," I hissed back. To my surprise, I heard a sort of shriek, a sound like metal tearing, and the pressure I'd felt vanished instantly. The lights on the dash stabilized. The wheel went slack in my hands. I didn't slow down until I hit the transit center. I pulled into the maintenance bay and killed the engine. Silence, except for the dripping rain. I turned back where Mrs. Henderson would have been. Where did she go? I wondered. When I finally got settled, The dispatcher came to me. "Why are you driving an empty bus, Jim? The manifest said you had 2 passengers on your last log." "Mrs. Henderson was here," I insisted. "No, she wasn't, Jim. She missed her stop earlier. She got off 3 hours ago at the old cemetery loop to wait for a cab, according to the tracking log. You've been alone since mile marker 15. I looked at the seat where Mrs. Henderson had been sleeping, again. I thought about the voice and the presence and the shriek. It was never about the route. It had attached itself to a vulnerable vessel, an image of a passenger, a regular. It was trying to hijack something. My mind, my vehicle. I don't know. I know it wasn't Miss Henderson's fault, but it was hard to look at her the same after that. I retired a month later anyway. Too much strangeness for this oldie. I don't write this really wondering what it was I saw or experienced. I just know I never want to experience it again. And I hope that no one else does either. Last year I had to travel for work. Just a 2-day conference at a mid-sized hotel in a city that I'd never been to before. I didn't exactly look forward to these trips, just packing business clothes in one half of my suitcase and sweatpants in the other, but I was always excited for the free breakfast buffet. This hotel was old, not in a charming historic way, but in a slightly too dark, vaguely lingering smell way. The carpets were patterned to hide stains, and it was a kind of busy swirl that looked different depending on how tired your eyes were. My room was fine, bed, desk, TV mounted too high on the wall, but the bathroom immediately felt off. Stuffy, like the air had been sitting in there for way too long. Even with the fan on, it felt heavy, like it didn't want me in there. It was dark and dingy, sorta like the rest of the hotel, but worse. The first night while I was brushing my teeth, I realized it was darker in there than it should have been. The light above the mirror worked, but it cast shadows down instead of out. I stepped into the hall and flipped on the extra lamp near the closet, hoping it would brighten things up. When I turned back to the mirror, I was horrified. A lock of my hair, thick enough to see, was standing straight out, as though someone was holding it between their fingers. I don't scare easily, but it made my stomach jump, and my instinct took over. I whipped my head down to shake it free, only it didn't fall. There was resistance, a tug like something was still holding on. That was enough for me. I yanked my hair loose from this phantom. I grabbed my jacket and practically bolted downstairs. The hotel bar was nearly empty, and though my mouth tasted like toothpaste, I needed a drink. So I ordered that drink, trying to act casual, but I must have looked shaken because the bartender asked if everything was okay. I told him the truth, or part of it. I said that the bathroom, felt strange, like the air was bad in there. I joked about how maybe the hotel was haunted. He smirked and said, "You wouldn't be the first guest to say that." Well, that set me on edge, but he quickly waved it off. It's an old place, drafty. People love to scare themselves. It happens a lot. I've worked here 10 years and I've never seen anything. He said it with such confidence that I almost believed him. By the time I finished my drink, I'd convinced myself I'd overreacted. I thanked him and went back upstairs, told myself I just needed to sleep. For a while it worked. I fell asleep fast, the way you do after travel and one too many drinks. But then I woke up. It was exactly 3:30 a.m. The clock glowed red from the nightstand, the brightest thing in the room. At first, I didn't know why I was awake, but then I heard it. Banging. I shot upright with my heart pounding out of my chest. The sound was so loud and so sudden, I thought someone was trying to break into the room. My eyes went straight to the front door, but it was quiet there and untouched. The banging came again, It was from inside. The bathroom door. I can't describe how bad that felt. It wasn't the sound of a fan kicking on. It was fists. Someone pounding on the other side of that closed door. My brain did that thing where it kept trying to explain it away. Maybe the neighbors, maybe something with the plumbing, but no. The sound was inside my room. I couldn't bring myself to open the door. I didn't even want to get close. I threw on my clothes, grabbed a bag, and left. Not the hotel, not yet. I had a job to do. I went down to the 24-hour gym, the only place with lights on and other people occasionally coming and going. I stood on a treadmill with my phone in my hand like I was ready to call someone, though I wouldn't have known what to say. I stayed there until I got my breakfast buffet. And then I went in, ate in silence, and forced myself back upstairs, only long enough to shower and change for my work event. I looked like a zombie in the mirror, hair still damp, eyes rimmed red. I avoided that bathroom as much as I could, brushing my teeth in the corner like a kid afraid of the dark. That night after the conference wrapped up, I didn't go back. I found a chain hotel near the airport, the kind with bland lighting, rooms that smelled faintly like cleaning. It felt soulless in a way that was comforting. I haven't really thought much about that trip since, except for when people ask me if I've ever had a ghost experience, kind of like this forum. I don't know what I believe, but I do know this. I'll never forget the feel of my own hair being held by something that wasn't there, or the sound of fists pounding on the bathroom door that no one was behind. I used to work nights as a custodian at a hospital. I mainly liked it for the pay, which was good and steady. Plus, the halls were quieter after visiting hours, so that part was nice too. Most of the staff left by 9, so it was usually just me and a couple of nurses, also the security guard who was making his rounds. Hospitals at night are a little different. The hum of machines is louder when there's nothing to cover it. The floors feel longer, like they're stretching out ahead of you. I learned to keep a small radio in my pocket just for noise, though sometimes even the music made me uneasy, like I was interrupting a silence that belonged to someone else. One night I was finishing up on the 3rd floor, wiping down counters in one of the empty wings. The air felt cool, colder than usual. I figured the AC was working overtime, but the feeling carried a strange edge, like standing too close to the open door of a freezer. As I leaned over the sink, I felt it, the faintest breath against the back of my neck, enough to raise goosebumps. I turned quick, half expecting the security guard to be messing with me, but the hall was empty. Nothing but the echo of my shoes and that soft beep of a heart monitor down the corridor. I told myself that it was an air vent. It had to be, and I went back to work. But when I glanced up at the mirror above the sink, I saw something. Behind me in the reflection was the shape of a man. Not clear, just a tall, dark figure standing at the end of the hall, perfectly still. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. Turned back to the mirror. Nothing was there. Just a stretch of linoleum and my own pale face. After standing frozen for too long and listening, the building certainly felt heavier. Eventually, I finished my shift. I didn't tell the nurses or mention it to security. What was I supposed to say? I saw someone who wasn't there. I never saw the figure again, but I thought about it every time I passed that wing. How can you not? The breath, the reflection. It was almost too ordinary, like catching someone in the corner of your eye at the grocery store. Other than showing themselves, they really didn't do anything to try to scare me. So maybe ghosts aren't always here to frighten us. Maybe they just exist in things like reflections, drafts, or even silence, just waiting for someone to notice them. So this happened a while ago. And all I can say is that I'm just glad I had a witness with me. It wasn't just me, it was my cousin. And sometimes we'll still bring it up to each other, just to check that we remember it the same way. It was 2013 at a state park near where we grew up. We'd gone out there a lot as kids, mostly to fish or hang around the trails, but this time we were just hiking. It was summer, late afternoon, sun starting to drop low. We were maybe 2 miles in when we both heard a voice yelling for help. It was faint at first and carried on the wind, but it was loud enough that we both stopped in the middle of the trail. It sounded like a man. He was shouting the same thing over and over. "Help me, please." We thought someone had gotten hurt. The trail cuts close to a river, so maybe someone had fallen in. We shouted back as we walked, "Where are you?" But we didn't get an answer, just another round of, "Help me, please." We left the trail to follow the sound, and that's where things got kind of weird. The voice didn't stay in one place. It seemed to move. 1 second it was to the left, and then farther down, then behind us. My cousin said it was like it was leading us in circles. I tried to convince myself that it was just the way the sound bounced off the trees, but I've hiked there plenty of times, and sounds hadn't carried like that before. It felt closer than it should have been, like whoever was shouting was just beyond the next bend. But I couldn't help but notice that it sounded the same each time. It wasn't more urgent or less. At one point we came to the riverbank, and I swear the voice came from right across the water. It was shallow enough to cross if we wanted to, but something in my stomach knotted up. My cousin just shook his head and said, "Don't." He looked pale, like he was sick, and I guess I felt the same way. Like if we went after it, we would regret it. Call it trusting your gut, but we didn't go. We stood there, listening. The voice called again, the same way it had before. "It just sounds like a recording," my cousin said. I couldn't help but feel the same way, like it was mechanical, repetitive, identical. Then it shifted, sounded right behind us. We both turned around, expecting to see something, and there was nothing. That was enough for us. We backed off, found the trail again, and walked out faster than we should have with the sun dropping. By the time we got back to the parking lot, the woods were completely quiet. No birds or crickets, just that ringing silence that made me feel watched. The whole drive home, neither of us said much. It wasn't until later that night that we were back at his place, and he finally said, "I don't think that was a person." I agreed. I felt the same way. Even now, years later, I don't really like hiking that trail. And if I ever hear someone calling for help in the woods again, I'm not sure how far I'll follow it. And I kind of hate that. But we both agreed there was something really wrong with that whole situation. Not in the real life kind of way, but in a way that was like we weren't going to be able to understand it, and we were better off getting out of there. Hi, everyone. I don't usually post, I just read. I'm kind of a no-nonsense person, but I'm a believer. Midwestern retired lady. And I always figured the only spooky stuff that I was ever going to see was on TV. Last winter was my first season snowbirding down in Arizona, and something happened that I can't explain away, no matter how hard I try. My husband and I rent a little place in a planned community outside of Phoenix. It's heaven, 70 degrees and sunny most days. But you people who live in the desert know that as soon as the sun drops, it gets brutally cold, in the winter especially. Not a humid, wet cold, but a sharp, dry cold that cuts right through you. I sleep lightly, and a few weeks into our stay, I started noticing a sound. It was a faint, low whistle, not like a teapot, more like air escaping from a huge, distant machine. It always started around 2 a.m., and it stopped right before the sun came up. I assumed it was the cold contracting the materials. We had this huge floor-to-ceiling sliding glass door leading out to the patio, and I figured the seals were shrinking up in the intense temperature drop. I even mentioned it to the property manager, who just shrugged and said, "Yeah, the glass gets noisy when it freezes." I was satisfied with that explanation, I guess, but the sound still got on my nerves. One night it was colder than usual, and the whistling was louder, a clear, drawn-out sound, almost mournful or human. I woke up around 3:30 a.m., finally decided to get up and check the lock on that door. I walked into the living room. It was pitch black outside, but the light from the hallway was enough to illuminate the glass. The air in the house was warm, but the outside of the glass was freezing. So there was a thin, fine layer of dew or fog on the inside. I stood there, looking at my own reflection in the foggy glass. I was wearing my husband's big fleece robe, looking sleepy. And then I saw something. Layered over my reflection, slightly behind me, was the reflection of a second figure. It wasn't a person, exactly. It was long and completely shadow-like, almost like a smudge, but clearly an entity. It looked like a tall, narrow column of dark air with very long, distinct appendages. It was standing directly where my neck and shoulder should have been meeting the wall. My heart literally seized. My mind was screaming, "It's a bizarre double reflection, nothing strange, the street lamp, the angle." But the fear was absolute and paralyzing. I could only stare at the tall, dark shape hovering behind my own sleepy image. It didn't move. It was just there. I turned around violently. The room was empty. There was nothing there. I whipped back to the glass. The second reflection was gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I woke my husband up at 5 a.m. and I made him tape blankets over the sliding door for the rest of our trip. The whistling, it never stopped. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And sometimes I'd hear this soft, dry scratching coming from outside the glass, right where I knew I'd seen that shape. Was it inside or outside? I don't know. I'm home now, but I learned something down in Arizona. The cold back here in the Midwest is heavy and insulating. It covers everything. But that desert cold, it's clean, dry, and pure. And I think that clarity allows things that are supposed to be invisible to suddenly manifest, seeking warmth, or maybe just wanting to see their reflection in the only piece of glass that's available to them. I don't know what it was, but I do know that I saw something, and it was staring back at me, from inside the glass, maybe, and it left a mark where it stood. I lived in a boarding house during my last year of college. One of those old Victorian homes turned into separate rental units. It was cheap, which should have been my first red flag. There were 5 of us in that house, all students, and the landlady, Miss Evelyn, who lived in the basement unit. She was ancient, nice but quiet, and very particular about the house rules. Mostly normal stuff. No parties, no candles, and no guests after midnight. And one big one. Do not enter the locked room upstairs. The house had 6 bedrooms. 5 were rented. The 6th door was at the very end of the hallway, right past mine, always locked, Heavy old wood, big brass knob, no sign or number. I thought maybe it was a storage unit, but I always had this feeling when I walked past it, like the air was colder. A couple of us joked about it once. One of the other tenants, Sean, said that he tried the handle one night just to see. The next day, Miss Evelyn told him that she'd evict him if he ever touched it again. No warning, no smile. Things started getting weird about 2 months in for me. I'd hear noises at night, soft thuds, shuffling. Once or twice, a dragging sound, like furniture scraping across hardwood, always from behind that door. One night I was up late studying and heard whispering. I couldn't make out the words, just a low, steady murmur from the other side of the wall. I pressed my ear to the door. The whispering stopped. Then something tapped. 3 slow knocks. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning I asked Miss Evelyn about it. She smiled like I'd told her a knock-knock joke. She said, "That room doesn't like attention." And then she just walked away. I started avoiding the end of the hallway, kept my headphones in, stayed out later just to dodge the creepy sense of dread that seemed to leak out of that locked room. But then came the night that I heard my voice. I'd just gotten into bed. My door was shut, the house was quiet, and from the other side of the wall, faint, muffled, I heard my own voice whisper, "Hey, it's me. Hey, it's me." It wasn't just similar. It was exact. The cadence, the tone, like someone had recorded me and was playing it back. I wanted to believe that I'd imagined it, but I know what I heard. I moved out 2 weeks later, broke my lease. Evelyn didn't fight me on it. She just handed me my deposit and said, "The house is easy when it's quiet." This didn't happen to me, but to my grandfather, who worked as a night security guard at an old decommissioned factory just outside of Philly in the early 80s. The story is specifically about the night before Thanksgiving. He was doing his rounds on the 3rd floor, which was mostly storage. The place was always cold, but this night was different, he says. He said the air was so heavy in places, it felt like standing at the bottom of a pool. Around 2 a.m., down at the end of a long, dark aisle of machinery, he saw a woman. She was wearing a thin, pale blue dress, and her hair was long and black. She was rocking back and forth, very slowly, just swaying. Now, my grandfather was an ex-Marine. He yells, "Hey, who's that? You show me your badge." She stops rocking, and very, very slowly, she turns her head. He said her face wasn't quite a face. It was blurred, like looking at someone through warped plastic. But the worst part was her mouth. He said that it stretched impossibly wide, that it was a scream without the noise. And he could see that her jaw was disjointed, hanging too low. Her eyes, they weren't looking at him. They weren't really looking at all. He was petrified. Claims he didn't move, just stood there as she slowly raised one hand and pointed a thin, skeletal-like finger over his shoulder. Then the figure just folded into itself, like a piece of paper being crumpled up, and vanished. He ran. He finished his shift, shaken, but the thing never appeared again, and he eventually wrote it off as sleep deprivation or a hallucination caused by the extreme cold and a great imagination. He kept that job for another 5 years. Jump forward 15 years after that, my grandfather was retired. He was having coffee with an old foreman from the factory who was giving him a tour of the place, which was finally being demolished. My grandfather mentioned, offhand, how cold the third floor always felt, and told the story of the blue dress and the woman who pointed behind him. Being older now, he didn't care what people thought. The old foreman turned white. He put his mug down and said, "You saw her. That was Agnes." The foreman explained that in 1947, a young woman named Agnes, who always wore a pale blue dress, was killed in a machinery accident on that exact floor, right around Thanksgiving. She wasn't found immediately because her body had been sucked in and hidden behind a large loom. My grandfather's vision decades later was a snapshot of her last moment, her eyes fixed on the thing that killed her, and her finger pointed directly at the spot where her body had ended up. He'd never researched it before that. He didn't think he needed to. He thought he was the crazy one. He carried a ghost story for 15 years, and then someone handed him the death certificate. Pretty wild. We weren't exactly seasoned campers. My partner and I had done a couple of easy state parks with cell service and clean restrooms. But this trip was different. We wanted quiet, no generators, no kids on bikes, no RV blaring country music all night. So we picked a remote spot in Northern California, somewhere off the 96, a primitive campground by the river. No signal and no other cars in the lot when we pulled in. The place was beautiful, perfect. Sunlight scattered through massive trees, and the river nearby gave off that cold, mossy smell. It always reminded me of being a kid. We hiked a little, set up camp, had an early dinner. We even talked about staying longer than the 2 nights we had booked. I remember falling asleep so easy that first night. The fire had died down and the night sounds kicked in. Crickets, rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. Peaceful, and everything felt good. Until something woke us up. I didn't hear it at first. It was my partner who nudged me. They whispered that they'd heard something walking outside the tent. I froze and we both listened. At first it was just movement, branches cracking softly, slow footfalls circling wide, maybe a bear. We'd stored the food properly, so I wasn't too worried. But then there was a sound. It started low, a guttural growl, not canine or feline. It was honestly not like anything I'd ever heard. And then a second one joined in. For a moment, it sounded like 2 huge animals snarling at each other just outside the tent, maybe 20 feet away. And then it escalated. The growling turned to violent thrashing. We could hear something heavy being shoved against the ground, snapping branches, the thud of weight hitting the forest floor. It was pure chaos outside of our tent, and it was deliberate, like 2 things locked in some kind of brutal, intimate fight. We still stayed frozen, and then there was screaming, or a scream. It was one long, rising wail, so high-pitched it made our ears ring. It was so full of rage it felt like it pushed the air out of the tent. It was more than a howl, and not a scream like you'd think. Something between the two, and something not right. Then silence. No footsteps, no retreat, just gone. We stayed awake until dawn, barely speaking. My partner had a knife clutched in one hand under the sleeping bag. I held the flashlight, but didn't turn it on. Every time I thought I heard another branch snap, my body tensed up. When daylight finally started bleeding through the mesh of the tent, I unzipped it as quietly as I could. Everything looked completely normal. There was no blood as I would have expected. Wasn't even footprints or shredded gear. But then I saw, about 30 feet from the fire pit, just past the ring of trees, it was a body of a deer, or rather, half of one. It looked clean. The spine was visible where it had been severed, And the back half of the deer, its legs and tail, part of the flank, was just laying in the dirt. No blood or drag marks, just dropped like it had been placed there. We didn't speak for a long time. We did eventually pack our things, not rushed or frantic. We didn't want to seem scared. But we didn't stay another night. That much was unspoken. On our way out, we stopped at a trailhead lot, where a dusty camper van was parked next to ours. An older guy in a flannel jacket was sitting in a folding chair next to it, drinking something from a metal mug. He nodded at us as we passed. Being the social and curious creature I am, I asked if he'd heard anything the night before. He looked at me for a moment. Too long, really. And then he said, "He saw the deer." I didn't answer, but my silence must have told him enough. He didn't say anything else, just took a sip of whatever he was drinking and looked out toward the tree line. I thought about asking more, like what he knew, what he thought it was, but I didn't. There was something about his expression that told me he wouldn't answer anyway, or maybe that he didn't want to talk about it. Like he had seen it, once, twice, and maybe it was better not to name it. We drove home in silence for the first hour. I guess both of us somewhat afraid to talk about it. After that trip, we didn't talk about it much either. We told people the trip was great, that the forest was beautiful, but the weather turned and we decided to cut it short. That was enough. Every time I've gone camping since, I think about that scream. I'm honestly terrified that I'll hear it again because I have no idea what it belongs to. And really, anything that can do that to a deer is probably better off not knowing what it is. I worked at a rowdy little dive bar in my early 20s. The floor was always sticky. The neon sign was always half lit. The regulars knew every bartender by name. It wasn't glamorous by any means, but it was always packed, always loud. I learned more about people in those few years than I probably have in the rest of my life combined. One night, though, the bar became something else entirely. It was a weekend, busy as hell, when a couple burst through the doors. At first we thought that they were just another drunk pair, looking for a late-night drink. But the energy was wrong. They were frantic, looking over their shoulders. Within seconds, it was obvious they weren't just hiding from an argument. They were hiding from the law. Turns out they were on the run. Law enforcement was close behind, and they tried to disappear into the crowd, pushing through people as if they could blend in. It didn't work. The place erupted into chaos as officers poured in. And before long, the entire scene spiraled into a standoff. It ended violently. A heavy shootout right there at the bar, and both of them were killed. For weeks afterwards, the place felt different. The regular crowd came back, the music cranked up, security increased. But when the lights dimmed and the noise died down, there was this strange heaviness, like the bar itself had remembered what happened and was grieving every night. It started small. A few of us closing up at night would hear things, faint voices, like someone calling a name. The strangeness, of course, being that no one else was around. Sometimes it was clearer, or like a muffled conversation carrying from an empty corner. At first, we brushed it off, figured that sound just bouncing off of old walls. But over time, it happened too often to dismiss, and investigations would lead to nothing. The jukebox was something that really got us, though. This was back before everything went digital, so it was the old school kind. Rows of CDs, plastic tile cards that you had to scroll through with a keypad. Quarters feeding the whole machine. During a busy night, that thing ran constantly, blasting the same handful of songs over and over again until you thought your brain would melt. But after hours, when the last drunk stumbled out and we were sweeping up, the jukebox would come alive on its own. At first, it was random songs blaring without anyone touching it, which was bad enough. But what unsettled us most was catching the machine in the act. Every now and then you'd glance over, you'd see the little plastic tile cards flipping back and forth, as though someone invisible was carefully browsing before making a selection. No coins, no hands near the buttons, no one close enough to explain it. Just a jukebox choosing for itself. And it wasn't just one or two of us seeing it. Everyone who worked there had their own moment. The first time it happened to me, I nearly dropped a tray of glasses. I stood frozen, watching it flip through albums, land on a track, and then, without hesitation, the music started. The rest of the activity was typical haunting fare, but no less unnerving. Lights that would flicker so often we stopped bothering fixing them. Bulbs that burnt out after only a few days. Pool cues tipped over from the racks when no one was near them. I even heard, more than once, someone say my name, clear as day. When I was alone at the bar, a couple of times, I thought that it was one of my coworkers calling me from across the room, only to remember I was the only one there. And on the rare occasion where more than one of us had heard it, a name specifically, we'd exchange uneasy glances, but never talk about it for long. No one wanted to admit to how much it rattled them, and no one wanted to respond to it. Over time, we did start joking about it. Our phantom desperados, as one of the bartenders liked to call them. It made sense in a way. Two people had met a violent, desperate end inside those walls. Maybe a piece of that chaos, that panic, stayed behind. Maybe they were still trying to run or hide or just make their presence known. And I think about the officer that lost his life. I'm sure that's not how he wanted to go. Whatever the explanation, the bar was never just a bar again. After last call, when the music stopped and the crowd was gone, the building belonged to someone or something else. This is one of the weirdest paranormal stories I have. My best friend was staying over at my place a few years ago. We had a fun evening and were just chatting, but when the night came, it got weird. We went to bed maybe around 1 a.m. I fell asleep fast, but my friend stayed awake feeling restless. While I slept, I had a dream of a room full of mirrors and boxes on the floor. I stood there ready to leave when I noticed my reflection wasn't moving, and it was staring at me with black eyes. I started to run while my reflection stood there staring at me, smiling like a maniac, and that's where I woke up. When I woke, the room was dark, and I smelled the bloodiest smell that I've ever smelled, sure that it had to be coming from me. It was like laying in a puddle of fresh blood. I had to check. Did I start my period? That was not the case. I thought maybe my friend got hers. It was strange, but I went back to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, my friend was already up, looking tired as hell. I asked her if she started her period by chance. I told her about my dream, the night. She told me that she didn't get hers, but that she thought that I did, because she had smelled blood that night, and that she had the weirdest and scariest night. While I slept, she was awake, trying to sleep. She told me that I kept making weird noises behind her, knocking or chattering my teeth fast together in an inhuman way. She turned her head and the sound stopped. She decided to lay on her back to catch me faster if I did it again, and while laying there, closing her eyes and opening them in between trying to sleep and being awake, she suddenly saw me hanging in the ceiling, staring at her with dark eyes. On the ceiling, there were flowers hanging in ropes, and in one of them, she saw me hanged, hovering above her feet. Even when blinking, it didn't go away. Not until maybe 10 seconds, and then it was just vanishing. She tried to get sleep. After a moment, she smelled blood, thinking all the same things I thought. She eventually allowed herself to fall asleep. It couldn't have been long after that when I woke up and had my experience. We had a good laugh about where our minds had been at initially, but as we checked for blood around the apartment, we got a more eerie feeling. There obviously was no blood, so what was the smell? After that incident, a weird thing happened that connected to that night. 3 days later, as I was heading home for a smoke downstairs, I threw my phone on the bed to put my jacket on. Later at night, while going through my phone, I noticed a picture. My phone had taken a picture on its own while I was putting on my jacket. It looked like I had hanged myself from a rope on the ceiling. Blurry face, black eyes. I saved that phone for a long time, but it hasn't turned on for years. I'm posting this because I need to know if anyone else in the Tri-County area has seen anything like this. I've been farming this land, which has been in my family since 1904, and I've dealt with coyotes, timber wolves, occasionally a stray black bear. I know animal damage. This is not animal damage. It started about 3 weeks ago, right when the first serious winter storm hit. We'd had a few feet of snow, and the temperature hadn't been above zero for days. Out here in central Wisconsin, you don't call the day off. You check your perimeter, you check your stock, and you fix what's broke. My task that day was repairing the main barbed wire stretch along the back 40, bordering the state forest. A big drift had taken down a section of wire, and I had to replace a dozen posts. Now, my posts aren't the cheap wooden kind. They're heavy-duty, reinforced, $30 a pop steel T-posts, driven 3 feet down into the frozen ground with a hydraulic driver. They don't break. They bend. When I got to the damaged section, the drift was massive. But what I saw underneath the snow was wrong. The wire was broken, yes, but the steel T-post at the corner was snapped clean off, about 6 inches above the ground. It was bent. It was sheared. It looked like someone had hit it with a small excavator. I figured maybe a snowmobile went off trail, but there were no tracks, just snow. As I dug out the post, I noticed something else. Clear in the remaining crust of the snow were tracks. They were huge, bigger than my hand, and they were mostly canine. They had 4 distinct toes, massive pads, and clear claw marks. But they were spaced impossibly far apart, and had a strange heavy heel mark that suggested they were made by something that occasionally walked upright. I replaced the post, telling myself it was a massive, deformed wolf. This next part was the next night. My farmhouse is sturdy, but isolation is isolation. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a terrible noise outside the bedroom window. It wasn't a growl or a howl. It was a high-pitched, desperate sound, a human-like whimper. It sounded exactly like a person freezing to death, whimpering and crying, right outside the glass. I threw on my coat and grabbed the spotlight. The sound stopped instantly when the light hit the yard, where there was nothing, not even any tracks in the snow. It was just silence. The fear wasn't immediate. The annoyance was. Some kids messing with the old farmer. But the sheer isolation and the temperature ruled that out pretty quick. The whimpering continued, sporadically, for the next 2 nights. Always around the same time. Always followed by an extremely deep, shuddering guttural growl that seemed to shake the window panes. It sounded like the growl was meant to silence the whimper. I put it out of my head until I went back to the fence line 3 days later. I was finishing up the repairs from the initial break when I heard a branch snap deep inside the forest, toward the west boundary. I scanned the tree line with my binoculars. The trees are dense pines, mostly black shadow this time of year. But I saw something. It wasn't even hiding. It was standing maybe 50 yards in, right at the edge of the woods where the field starts. It was standing on two legs. It was built like a human, tall, maybe 7 feet, with heavy, sloped shoulders. But it was covered in dense, shaggy, dark fur. Its face was clearly canine, with a long muzzle, pointed ears, and eyes that reflected the dim light with a yellow-green intensity. I stood there frozen. What kind of joke was this? Field glasses pressed against my eyes. I'm a tough man. I've seen birth and death on this farm, but I'd never seen anything like this, so utterly and violently out of place. It radiated a kind of impatient, predatory intelligence that chills me even now. It didn't move for maybe 10 seconds. It just stared at me. Then, it did two things that confirmed this was not a prank or an optical illusion. First, it let out that same deep, rumbling growl, a sound that felt more like thunder in my chest than noise in my ears. Second, it moved. It didn't turn around and walk away. It dropped onto all fours, transforming instantly into a massive, sprinting wolf shape, but still too large, too muscular. It covered the 50 yards in 3 giant bounds and disappeared into the trees on the north side. It was gone in under 2 seconds. I dropped my binoculars and ran back to the tractor. I didn't stop shaking until I was back inside the house. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't attacking my livestock. Didn't even appear to be hungry. Just breaking the fence because, it knew I'd come out to fix it. Sending me a message of some kind. Well, I've been here a lot longer than this thing. At least I think. I don't know what it is. I only know that the beast is not just wandering. It's monitoring. It knows that I'm watching this territory. Was it dropped here? Has it always been here? I don't know. But the whimpering is back outside. I can hear it every other night. It's softer, but it's there. I've had this question for years now. No one's ever been able to give me a good answer. About 3 years ago, I was living with my family on a dead-end street in a quiet neighborhood. And by little and quiet, I mean the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, or at least knew each other's business. It was late, close to 2 a.m, and I was sitting on the porch scrolling through my phone, half awake and trying to convince myself to finally go to bed. I happened to glance out the window, and I froze. Across the street, under the neighbor's porch light, stood 2 figures. One was tall, and I mean unnaturally tall, well over 6.5 feet, maybe 7. The other was much shorter, maybe child size, but his proportions were off. Both were completely black silhouettes, like shadows that had peeled themselves off the ground. They weren't just standing there either. They were talking. I could see their arms move, the tall one gesturing, the short one tilting its head. They were solid, but somehow not real. Like my eyes were struggling to focus on them. I thought this has to be a tricky shadow, or maybe actual people standing in a weird angle, but there wasn't anyone in that house who matched those builds. And even if there was, they had no reason to be out there talking in the freezing cold at 2 a.m. After a few seconds, I blinked and they were gone. Just like that, though. No walking away. There was no car or sound, One second, these giant and small things were there, and then they weren't. I tried to brush it off, but things only got stranger after that. Before we moved in, the house next door had already seen its fair share of tragedy. A wife had burned down her home with her husband inside after finding out that he'd been cheating. The fire gutted the place and left the lot empty, the smell of ash still clinging to the street when we first arrived. In the house that we moved into, well, the previous owner shot himself in the head in what would later become my little brother's room. We, meaning my brother and I at least, didn't know that until we'd unpacked. Months passed quietly enough. Then the neighbor whose porch I'd seen those figures under, he died suddenly from alcohol poisoning. His parents, who lived with him, passed away soon after, one from a heart attack and the other in her sleep. That's 3 deaths in the same house, all within a year. Then my father nearly joined them. He collapsed one night in our living room, blue in the face, the same smell of alcohol thick in the air. He died, at least for a moment, before they brought him back at the hospital. After a few more oddities and close calls, my mom couldn't take it anymore. We packed up and left. A year later, someone messaged her saying that the cat lady who lived at the very end of the street had died too. No one knew how. The rest of the neighborhood had all sold their homes and left. That entire stretch of road was nearly abandoned. Out of curiosity, I asked one of the old neighbors, one of the few who stayed, if they'd ever seen anything weird on the street. She gave me this look like I'll never forget. Wide-eyed, cautious, like she was checking to see if I was joking. And then she said, "You saw them, didn't you? The dark shadows. The tall one and the short one." It honestly made my stomach drop. My palms were sweaty too. Apparently everyone on that street knew about them. The tall one always came first. The short one followed. And wherever they appeared, something bad would happen soon after. People said that they were omens, bringers of death, destruction, or both. I don't know if any of that's true, but I do know that I saw them. And every time I think about that street, I still picture the glow of that porch light, 2 black shapes standing underneath it, whispering about something that I surely wasn't meant to hear. I remember the ads called it a seasonal custodian, but the job was winter keeper. I was hired to watch over the Blackwood Public Library, not the little local branch, but a massive ordnate 19th century main hall downtown. It was closed for renovations and asbestos remediation, meaning my only task was keeping the boilers running, making sure the sustained cold didn't burst a pipe. It was quiet. The building was solid granite and marble, 3 stories high, with ceilings that soared 30 feet. Outside, the heaviest snowstorm in years had fallen, muffling the city into a dead silence. Inside, the sheer scale of the building magnified every sound that I made, the scrape of my shoes, clink of my keys. I slept on a cot in the main office on the ground floor. My first strange encounter happened 3 days into the job, during a routine evening check. I was walking down the 2nd floor mezzanine, checking the radiator valves. The windows were all boarded up, leaving the whole floor in a deep, musty darkness, lit only by my flashlight. And then I heard this faint, high-pitched tinkle of music. It was thin, mechanical, a wind-up music box. I pretty much stopped dead the moment I heard it. I had toured every square foot, and there were no music boxes. The only things left upstairs were empty shelving units and dust sheets. I followed the sound to the east wing, toward the old children's reading room. As I got closer, the music stopped with a sharp clack. The silence came rushing back in. "Hello," I called out. My voice was swallowed instantly by the high ceilings. "Anyone there?" Nothing. I convinced myself it was a vibration, loose piece of ductwork catching in the wind. I was alone. I had to be alone. Later in the night, the music returned. This time it was followed by another sound, though. One that chilled me genuinely. It was the unmistakable sound of small, wet shoes running on polished wood. Not heavy boots or steps like my own, but the hurried sound of a child in soaking leather shoes, padding across the floor just above me. I looked up. The third floor, the entire top story, had been sealed off for months, taped shut and marked as a hazard zone. The wet, shuffling feet traveled from the north end of the building, across the main reading room, and stopped directly over the head of my cot. The running had stopped, followed by a soft cry, and then silence. Fear is a funny thing. I wasn't brave, but I was exhausted and determined to maintain my sanity. I made my way to the second floor, but I saw nothing there. There were no footprints even. But as I stood there, waiting to see something, I heard the sound again, this time above me, the third floor. I went to the sealed stairwell and tore off the tape. I had to see what was making the sound. The third floor was Arctic cold. The windows had been stripped out for replacement, covered only by thin plastic sheeting that snapped loudly in the breeze. The floorboards were old and creaked under my weight. I started to follow the sound's trajectory, from the old children's stacks to the window overlooking the street. The floor was dusty, except for one spot near a large south-facing window. There, where the sun would have hit the floor had it been daytime, was a small, dark patch of melted water. And leading away from it, fading into the dust, was a distinct trail of tiny, wet footprints. They weren't footprints from my shoes. They were small enough to have belonged to a 4 or 5-year-old. The tracks led straight to the window. I shone my flashlight, and I saw sitting there a tarnished metal music box. I picked it up. It was heavy, cold to the touch. As I held it, a deep shiver went through me, but I don't think it was the cold. I heard the faintest, sweetest sound of child's laughter. And the music, while holding it in my hands, started to play. After holding it for a while, I wasn't scared. I decided to leave it where I'd found it. I finished my contract. I kept the boilers running. But every night I expected to hear a little girl's laughter or wet shoes running. And one other time, I did. I wondered, though, what was she doing there? And how could she move on? It's almost sad when you think about it. I don't think she was waiting for anything except maybe a friend. When I was a kid, my uncle owned an antique shop, and my parents would leave me with him when I didn't have school. During my 5th grade spring break, I was dropped off at 7:30 and picked up at 5:30. Sometimes I cleaned, sometimes my uncle would show me an interesting item, but most of the time, I played with his personal collection in the back area. He had all sorts of antique toys. My favorites were the tabletop pinball machines, but he also had a jack-in-the-box that dated back to the 1700s. He bought it the previous month, but wanted to show it to me before he sold it. Apparently, it came with an interesting story. One about a doctor having it made especially for an ill child who passed away shortly after. The family left his room as a shrine and spent much of their time praying over his bed. Soon, they began hearing noises during the night, only to find the boy's jack-in-the-box in a new position. I was fully into the story, gawking at this old toy in slight fear but complete awe, until my uncle burst into laughter and explained how many dealers made up stories to bolster the desire of a specific item. This was the 60s, by the way, so it worked pretty well back then. I was disappointed, but that didn't stop me from enjoying the toy itself. The original ones didn't have a hand crank. They were just boxes, and the puppets popped out when you opened them. I think the first one was made by a German in the 1500s, but don't quote me on that. My uncle's apartment was upstairs, and I was having so much fun that he offered to keep me overnight. My parents agreed, happy to save the extra trip, and I continued playing with all the best toys. Later that evening, I made a bed on the couch. I tried to ignore the extremely loud snores coming through the paper-thin walls. Sadly, my efforts were futile. Anytime I came close to dozing off, the steady snores would be interrupted by a sudden animalistic grunt that scared me back to reality. Sometime after 1, I decided to take my blanket and pillows downstairs to sleep on the floor. But once I began descending the steps, I heard a strange sound below. It almost sounded like a rat was dragging a trap along, so I went to check it out. After flipping on the lights, it stopped instantly, and I turned to see the jack-in-the-box lying on the floor, top open, with the puppet stretched out of it, as if it had been pulling itself along. My uncle and I had gone upstairs together, and we'd left the toy in the middle of the table. There was no way for it to have fallen off. As I stood frozen at the base of the steps, something small ran across the room behind me. I turned around in search of the source, but nothing was there. I was only looking away for a second, yet when I turned back again, the puppet's head was on its side, facing me. It made me jump backwards, and I tripped over something, I don't know what. I felt it when my foot rolled over the top of it, but I couldn't find anything afterwards. I got up to close the jack-in-the-box, like it was waiting to bite me. That's what it felt like, and I held the lid tight. I put it back on the table, and I set an old jar full of marbles on top. Then I ran upstairs as fast as my legs would carry me. All the while, I could still hear the faint snores coming through the wall. My uncle had slept through everything. It made me wonder what else he slept through. Just as I opened the apartment door, the same light footsteps came racing up the dark steps behind me. I practically threw myself over the threshold of the door. The steps came all the way up to the door before stopping right outside. And then there was just silence. I had engaged both locks, but didn't trust them enough to not hold the door shut as well. I guess it could have still gotten through easily enough, but when you're in that situation, you act based on instinct. You don't remember that a barrier can't protect you from an angry ghost or spirit or whatever. I didn't hear another sound that night. It was almost 3 a.m. when I finally worked up enough courage to sit down. I still never got to sleep, but I only had to lay there for 2 more hours. My uncle got up at 5. His awful snoring finally came to an end. A few minutes later, he came out of his room. He saw me sitting there, wide awake, asking how I slept. Since I was 10, I didn't exaggerate. Everything came spilling out of me like a rehearsed speech, because I had been telling it in my head for 2 hours. Needless to say, he didn't believe my story and insisted that I only had a nightmare. I didn't push too hard because I knew that he'd think differently once we got downstairs, and he saw the jar on the box. Unfortunately, the jar was broken, and marbles were scattered all over, while the box remained sitting exactly where we had left it the evening before, not where I had just left it hours before. My uncle's logical conclusion was that I got up to mischief during the night, broke a jar of marbles, and made up a story to cover my ass. As an adult, I can look back and fully understand his point, but at the time, I really resented him for not believing me. I've had a few other experiences over my life, enough that I have no doubt something else is here with us. But nothing ever frightened me quite as badly as that creepy puppet. When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered. The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, "The hell you are." He said, "In no way am I going to take the car out." I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications, if I would have been pulled over, that is. So, I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or 2 from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more. So I did. I said, "Be right there," and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible. But it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements. So, we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm. A dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable. And the back door, it was already partially obstructed, with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 a.m, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi?" Then, the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, a click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door. It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. "3 years ago, I got lost in the woods, and I've never told anyone what really happened. I didn't want people to think I was crazy, but I just can't keep it to myself. I live on the outskirts of a very large forest in Louisiana. Every weekend I would hike the same trail, but occasionally I'd also do a little exploring. There's offshoots and game trails everywhere, but my GPS always brought me home safe and sound, until I got stuck in a spot without service. My compass app was likewise useless. I had no clue which direction I came from, and I didn't even think to use it until after an hour of running in circles. I began eliminating pathways by breaking branches along the way. I thought if I could stop going in circles, I would eventually find my way back. But then it started getting dark. The prospect of spending the night in the woods was suddenly very real. And to make matters worse, it started raining. It's one thing to tough it out in a dark forest, but being soaked adds a whole new layer of misery, one I wasn't keen to endure. I kept my eyes glued to my phone. Even if I didn't find familiar territory, I expected to find a bar of service. But nope. The rain came down harder, and I could barely see when I stumbled upon an abandoned house. Well, it was more of a shack than anything. Most of it was in ruins under a collapsed roof, but the kitchen and den were just moldy with a slight breeze. It was at least better than getting soaked outside, so I cleared off a chair and settled in for the night. There was no way I was going to sleep, but I had my portable battery, so at least my phone kept a charge. For the next hour or two, I listened to whatever podcasts I had downloaded, and then the door blew open with a loud bang. The noise caused me to jump out of my seat with a startled scream, so I pushed a metal table in front of the door to keep it shut. Not long after returning to my seat, I began hearing noises inside the house too. But the storm was raging by then, so I did my best to ignore it. The place was in shambles. Of course there would be some strange sounds. It wasn't until I heard the footsteps that I started to really worry. And they were footsteps. There was no mistaking it. They were coming from one of the destroyed bedrooms, but I didn't understand how. When I looked in there, all I saw were piles of wood and debris from half the roof falling in. I stood watching as the steps grew closer, waiting to see who would appear in the doorway. They crossed the threshold a few seconds later, but there was nobody attached. It was like an invisible person was walking straight towards me. I ran towards the door, but before I could move the table, the footsteps vanished mid-stride. I stood there, frozen, waiting and listening for several minutes before returning to my seat. Desperate to stay dry, I convinced myself I'd imagined it, but that only worked for so long. Things were quiet for maybe another hour, but as soon as I let my guard down, there was a series of loud bangs in the kitchen. When I went to check, all of the remaining cabinet doors were now wide open. I'm positive they were closed when I arrived, and I hadn't gone back in there since. Again, things were quiet for a time, but my final straw happened when a cold hand clasped the back of my neck. I screamed like someone was trying to kill me, and it sent my phone flying across the room. After retrieving it, the metal table flipped over on its side, and the door was blown open yet again. Though, looking back, I'm not sure if the wind was actually to blame. That was all I could handle, though. The rain suddenly didn't seem so bad after all. I ran into the darkness with nothing but my phone's flashlight and the lightning guiding my way. I didn't know which direction I was going, but I knew it was away from whatever was in that house. I can't be sure how long I was actually running, but eventually I stopped dead in my tracks as my phone began ringing off the hook. My husband, parents, sister, everyone I ever knew had called or texted me at least 100 times since I'd gone missing. There were new alerts for a local missing woman. Turns out she was me, and all I could do was cry relief. With my GPS working again, I learned I was much farther from home than I could have guessed. It shouldn't have even been possible to walk that far. I eventually met a group of search and rescuers who took me to get checked by paramedics. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone about the house, so I left everything out, except for how I got lost in the first place. These days, on a rare occasion, I do go for a hike. I don't leave the main trail anymore, though. Always be extra cautious when you're out on your own. Things can happen so fast. I don't have a lot of clear memories from when I was really young, but there's one that's always stayed with me, so vivid and strange that I know it wasn't a dream. It started when I was about 3. From what I've learned about this time period in my life, my family had just moved into a new apartment. I do remember the place being small and kind of dark, even during the day, like maybe there wasn't enough windows. My room was at the end of the hall, with one little window, and a twin bed pushed against the wall. I wasn't scared of the dark, not really, but not long after we moved in, I started noticing something. Every night after I was tucked in and the lights were turned off, I'd see a shape sitting at the end of my bed. It wasn't like a monster or anything cartoonish. It was just a figure, a person-shaped shadow, all black. I never saw eyes or a face, just a solid silhouette sitting quietly, and I knew it was watching me. I was so young I couldn't find the words to describe it to anyone. I didn't even know how to ask if this was something normal, but I knew that it wasn't supposed to be there, not really, and I knew that it was watching me. It never moved, never said a word, just sat with its back straight, its head slightly tilted, like it was trying to figure me out. The first few times, I tried to pull the covers over my face, pretend I didn't see it, but I could still feel it there. Not like a dream. It was heavy in the room. The air changed around it, just as it would if a person had walked in. Every night it came back, for a year. I remember once waking up in the middle of the night, needing to pee. I sat up and saw the figure there, right where it always was. I stared at it for a long time. My heart was racing, but even at that age, I had this weird understanding it wouldn't hurt me. Not exactly, but I didn't want to test it. I climbed down from the bed on the opposite side and walked out of the room, backwards, never taking my eyes off of it. It just stayed seated. I do remember trying to tell my mom about it, but she would just say that I had an overactive imagination. My dad wasn't around back then, and we didn't have a lot of visitors. It was just the two of us. She was working nights most of the time, so I'd often wake up alone in the apartment, except for the sitter who would sleep on the couch. Eventually, we moved to a new place. I remember the first night in our newer apartment, I kept waiting for it to come back. I even stayed awake as long as I could, but it didn't follow. I never saw it again. Now I'm an adult and I still don't know what it was. Sleep paralysis doesn't fit. I could move, talk, get out of bed. It didn't feel like a dream or a trick of the light. It felt intentional, like something had chosen to be there, with me, night after night, watching. I sometimes wonder if it was waiting for something, or maybe just trying to understand what I was. I'll never know, really. But even now, I find that I never look too long at the end of my bed when I wake up in the dark. Just in case. I don't think I would want to see it again. I've told this story before somewhere, so if you've heard it, sorry, but once I was staying at this lodge with my family. It was pretty rustic. Our rooms didn't have TVs or anything. There were all types of activities that you could do on the grounds of the lodge. Its main attraction was this giant lake where they had part of it sectioned off to swim in, and then another part that you could kayak in. Or if you wanted, you could take a canoe out into the main lake. You could rent bikes, hike the trails. They had kids' activities going throughout the days. Hopefully, you get the idea. Well, one of the activities was this rope obstacle course contraption, a huge vertical climbing gym with ropes and logs and platforms. So my stepmom, my dad, and my two younger brothers and myself all climbed up this thing and then went back down. We had the whole course and area to ourselves, since it was unusually cold that day. So once our session was over, the two employees left, and we opted to stay behind and hike back to the lodge on our own. It was about a 2-mile hike. My stepmom, myself, we start to explore the area and find a gravel road with a trail next to it. We start walking the trail, which seems to be going the opposite direction from the lodge. About 15 minutes, we hear a car coming. It's a small sports convertible. It zooms around this curve, and as it does, the driver throws a manila file full of papers out of the car. The papers go flying everywhere, and the car's gone. The papers were doctor's notes, charts, reports, history, about one person. They were all pretty disturbing, trying to diagnose this patient. There were handwritten notes on outbursts this patient had, medicine that they were on, their family, and there were tons of these papers scattered everywhere. Some handwritten, some typed. Others looked like graphs or charts. We spent a few hours looking at these notes. I'm sure my stepmom could go into more detail on the papers. I was still too young to realize how strange the whole thing was. We also found a really cheap brown wig further up the trail, and a suitcase with even more documents. All on just one person. We ended up leaving everything there and calling the non-emergency number and explaining the whole thing. I don't know if anything ever came of it. I don't know if there was any mental hospital close by. I do remember that it was a Sunday around 3 p.m. Once upon a time, when I was young and dumb and extremely drunk, my college dorm mates and I decided to make a Ouija board and contact the spirits that we suspected lived in our large old dorm building. We had heard stories, which turned out to be true, that our dorm had been many things before the city sold the building to our school for next to nothing because no one else wanted it. The stories went like this. Our school had been an old TB hospital originally. This story was bolstered by the fact that we had a crematorium in the basement, complete with 2 large, dark, people-cooking ovens. This door was always locked, but we'd gotten in there to view this macabre wonder several times. Supposedly, there was a nurse who had worked at the hospital, whose husband had left her for a woman he'd met during the war, and so she hated men. This will become relevant later. We found a gurney in some back room. It was old and completely made of metal. The kind of thing that could have easily transported the dead from anywhere to that cold crematorium. The last thing that the building had been before the school gained possession was a not-so-nice brothel. Rumor had it that a prostitute had been slain by her pimp in the creepy elevator, one that was so dangerous it had to be drywalled up long ago. There was supposed to be blood splatter still on the walls. Throughout the place, walls were where they weren't supposed to be, added for convenience and space over time. The basement, which was a series of small rooms, had once been one big room, with only the crematorium as an extra body storage. The nursing station was on the 2nd floor, and those rooms were safer. Rocking chairs rocked, posters stared, etc. We decided to contact the spirits of the dead the hard, drunk way. No store-bought Ouija board for us. We got a large piece of wood that was cut into a square, and we cut our hands like lunatics and drew the letters in blood. Then we used a convenient shot glass for the planchette and got about the business of contacting the dead. It moved, of course, and everybody blamed everyone else. I was drunk scared, though, which translates to absolutely terrified. We talked to a little boy first, who wouldn't tell us his name, and seemed almost as scared as I was of something. He kept saying that he shouldn't talk to us because 9 was coming. We laughed, accused each other of messing around with the thing, and kept going, because you're chicken shit if you don't, right? Eventually, 9 showed up, and I don't remember a whole lot about what that thing said, but I do remember that it hated on this one guy in our group so much that it was noticeable it didn't appreciate his presence. He was super cute and went through girls like people go through tissues when they have a bad cold. We disbanded our little Ouija experiment soon after that, going our separate ways to our separate rooms. That night, that guy, the one that 9 was hating on, had a nightmare. It was loud enough to wake us all. He said that thing visited him in the night. It claimed they were watching him and were disgusted by him, going as far as choking him to the point that he thought he was going to die. She was wearing a nurse's uniform. Last year, I was forced to camp in the forest of West Newbury, Massachusetts, as I was homeless, technically. I still am. I should add that I co-own the land I've been camping on, but it's no house. It was hard work making several trips carrying my possessions from the main road to my campsite, which was 300 yards away from the road. I also was forced to go through a swamp to get there. It was moments before sunset when I finally finished with all of the loads I needed to carry, when I happened to look to my left. About 50 yards away, I saw a male face peeking at me from behind the trees, but only for a second. The face had both a puzzled and a curious expression. I was also struck by its notable look of innocence. Anyway, when it realized I had seen it, it immediately ducked behind the tree. The entity appeared to be about 7 feet tall, impossibly slim, and slightly incandescent. At first, I thought it was a man in his early 20s. I was puzzled by the fact that someone was out in the middle of nowhere at that late of an hour. I almost shouted a greeting, but then I decided to wait for the guy to emerge from behind the tree before I did. I waited and waited, but he never did come out from behind the tree. There was no noise of footsteps in the leaves or branches either. Over the next few minutes, it finally dawned on me that the entity I had witnessed was not human. That was a difficult realization, as I had never experienced such a shocking thing before. In retrospect, the creature had not wanted to be seen. Only through sheer happenstance had I spotted it. Likely, the entity was some sort of member of the supernatural world. But your guess is as good as mine. A few weeks after the sighting, I happened to mention the incident to a woman that I know at the soup kitchen I regularly go to. She, Joyce, is a New Age type, highly tuned in with all things spiritual. She asked if the creature was tall, spindly, and bright. I replied that it was. Next, she got on her smartphone and looked up artist renditions of similar spiritual entities. She pointed to one picture and asked if that was the entity I had spotted. I said it looked very similar. She explained that what I had viewed is called a forest light being. She said that she had seen a few herself. I asked if they were harmful. She claimed they were not. She also informed me that if I tried meditating, then my vibrations might enable me to regularly see spiritual entities, especially in the woods. However, I don't know how to meditate, and honestly, I'm too lazy to learn. In addition, I'm perfectly content not seeing any more inexplicable stuff. I mean, I want to sleep peacefully in my tent at night. Indeed, the howls and yapping of the neighborhood coyotes are creepy enough. I've been living in the same forest since late October 2019, and all that time I've never seen anything unusual since sighting the light being my first evening there. Sometimes, as I sit by my campfire, I catch myself spinning my head around suddenly to see if the same light being is peeking at me again from behind a nearby tree, but it never is. Update: December 14th, 2020 now, and I'm still in that same forest. Last night, by my campfire, I shouted to the trees, "Look, you owe me an explanation. What are you? Who are you? Where did you come from? Why the hell were you peeking at me? I'd like an explanation before I die. I'm right here, okay? Show yourself." Nothing happened. Likely, it never will. When I was 4 years old, my parents built their dream home on 2.5 acres of land off the beaten path. There were other houses nearby, but it was a very spacious area, mixed in with a few farmhouses. I was a very imaginative kid, and I preferred playing alone. Solitude meant that the crazy stories in my head could be as crazy as I wanted, without judgment from the others playing the game. The back acre of our yard was nothing but woods, mostly pine, and sometimes when I was feeling brave, I would play in the woods until dark, never after dark. Some adventures during the day had even ended in an unexpected sprint out of the trees. Strange whispers that sounded like someone was inches from the back of your neck. Once I even heard a scream, but never after dark. I couldn't even look out of the living room window towards the trees after dark. One night, I got caught up in building a fort in the woods. I call it a fort, but it was just boards nailed to trees, creating railings in a rectangular pattern. In my mind, it was my castle. I didn't even notice the sun going down through the trees until I heard my name being called from the direction of the house. I panicked, sweat broke my pores, and I sprinted so hard my chest began to sting. Don't look back. Don't look into the dark. I made it to the back porch and wrenched the door open. The kitchen and living room were empty. My brother was taking a bath while my dad told him stupid jokes. I got down the hall to my parents' room, my mother playing solitaire on her computer. I apologized for being out so late and that she had to call for me. She looked at me blankly, obviously confused. She didn't call for me. I went to bed unsettled that night, but fell asleep quickly after playing outside all day. I don't remember the dreams I had that night, just unease. For the first and only time in my life, I fell out of bed and onto the floor. Confused and waking up, I felt my way around, trying to understand what had happened. And what happened next is the description of the strangest moment of my life. I grabbed a pair of feet. I felt the ankles under my hands and the hair running up the legs. I looked up in a panic. Yellow eyes, broken, grinning teeth. A look of pure malice, wrapped in a blanket that I slept with. A pink and brown fleece blanket I'd stolen from my grandmother. I screamed bloody murder and flailed myself across the bedroom, down the hall and into my parents' room. My dad tore into my room to see what had caused my indescribable terror. While I hid in my mother's arms, my dad searched the whole house and found nothing. I moved out of that room into my brother's the next day. When I got older, I rationalized it all away, moved back into my old room. And every now and then, I suffered incredibly violent dreams, but nothing so up close and personal. I can still see that face, but I never did see my grandmother's blanket again. When my wife and I bought our first house, an old Victorian style built in the 50s, almost every night we heard what sounded like kids' footsteps running down the upstairs hallway and other random sounds. My wife mentioned it to one of the neighbors, and they said it was probably just peacocks on the roof. The house backed up to a conservation area where wild peacocks lived, and they would occasionally get up on the rooftops. That answer made sense, so we basically got used to it and eventually ignored it. Less than a year later, our son was born, and when he was 1, he would balance all of his toys on top of the other toys and make them spin. Literally found the center of balance of various toys and would walk in circles around the room, giving each a gentle touch to keep it rotating. It was the weirdest and coolest thing I'd ever seen. When he was 2 or 3, we would hear him talking in his room at night. One night I asked who he was talking to. He said, "Tracy." I asked, "Who's Tracy?" And he says, "The girl who lives in the wall. She's usually nice, but sometimes she scares me." He described a girl with brown hair and a yellow dress who would play with him sometimes and occasionally wake him up at night, but he didn't seem to be bothered by any of it, just startled sometimes. He would talk about her once in a while, but it wasn't a common occurrence. A couple of years later, we had added on to the house and moved the master bedroom downstairs, switching the kids' rooms around. Our youngest was now in his old room and about ready to transition from crib to toddler bed. She'd always been a sound sleeper, but she cried almost every night in that room. Her first night in the toddler bed, we heard a loud thud, followed by screaming, and rushed into the room. We were thinking she had fallen out of bed, but she was on the other side of the room. We got her calmed down and back into bed, and it happened again the next night. So we ended up switching the kids' rooms back, and they were fine. We looked up the history of the house, but we didn't find anything about missing little girls or anyone with the name Tracy that had lived there. Eventually, our son stopped talking about her, and a few years later, I ended up taking a job with another company, and we moved. The house was empty for a few months after we moved, and the neighbor across the street called my wife one day. About a week after we left, she thought she saw our daughter looking out the window, so she waved at her, and then she remembered we didn't live there anymore. I grew up in South America, in Brazil, right in the middle of the country in the center-western state of Goiás. My stepfather's relatives lived in the countryside about 8 hours from the capital, Goiânia. I grew up there until about 7 or 8 years old, before moving to the capital with my parents because there wasn't enough work. We'd go back there every summer holiday, and my cousin and I would go fishing and hunting together. One particular week, we'd gone further into the countryside to visit my stepfather's brother, who lived in a farm a couple of hours from the town we were in. After lunch, my cousin and I decided to follow the little stream upward to see what was there and if we could find anything interesting. There were no neighbors for miles up that way, and the woods were filled with dangers like poisonous snakes and jaguars, but we didn't care. I must have been 14 years old at that time. We thought we were invincible. A couple of hours in, we had reached a very dense part of the forest that surrounds most of the area, and we were getting pretty tired. It was getting harder and harder to cut through the vegetation to keep going. Suddenly, we came by a clearing. The little stream that we'd been following continued on, but we decided to stop for a moment to get some rest and drink some water. To this day, I can't really explain what happened next. My cousin will tell you the same thing. It's just one of those weird, unexplainable things. On the other side of the stream, there was a small sandbank, and imprinted on it was a huge footprint. Man, it was huge. No normal human being could have a foot that big. Also, it was just one footprint, as if whoever it belonged to jumped over the stream in a hurry. My cousin and I walked over to it, scared shitless. We wanted to make sure that we were actually seeing that. We examined it, measured our own feet against it, and we realized that whoever this huge foot belonged to, it would have had to have been at least 5 meters tall. We suddenly started to feel this horrible dread coming over us. We rushed back without so much as a peep. We didn't even look back. People I tell this to often tease me, asking why we didn't go further to see what we could find, maybe another footprint or something else. But the fear of finding whatever that huge footprint belonged to scared the hell out of us. I never returned to that place. I've only had one paranormal experience in my life. I was about 11. It was the middle of the night, and I remember waking up for no real reason. I was prone to waking up, but it was often nightmares, a storm, having to pee. But I just opened my eyes fully alert and immediately felt that something was wrong. You know how people say they can feel when someone's watching them? That's what it was like. Not just a passing thought, either. I could feel it in my body, like static on my skin. Every hair on my arm and neck stood up. My chest was tight. I didn't hear anything, but I could tell someone was at the door to my room, just standing there. I was on my side, facing the door. My room wasn't big, maybe 10 steps from the bed to the door, but in that moment it felt impossibly far. The hallway light was off, but the way the moon hit the window beside me, it cast a faint glow across the floor, just enough to make out shapes in the dark. Gazing toward the doorway, I saw a woman just standing there. It wasn't my mom. I knew that instantly. My mom stood differently. She's got this soft shuffle when she walked with slippers, always murmurs something as she comes in. But the woman in the doorway, she wasn't really moving at all, or breathing. The stature was wrong. Why was she just standing there? I couldn't make out a face, but I could see that it was a woman. A long nightgown or robe, maybe hair that went past her shoulders. She looked like she was staring right at me, even though I couldn't really see her eyes. Like she knew I was awake, knew I was looking at her. I didn't scream or say anything. I just laid there. After maybe 10 seconds, though it felt like hours, I pulled the covers over my head. I held them tight, hoping whatever it was would just go away. And that's how I stayed until the sun came up. When I did actually have the courage to lower the blanket, the doorway was empty. Nothing and no one there. I got up and went to the hallway and checked my parents' room, the bathroom, even the locks on the doors. Everything was normal. No one else seemed to have been up during the night. I didn't tell anyone that morning. I think part of me didn't want to say it out loud. Like acknowledging it would make it more real. I could brush it off now. But it was real. I know what I saw, and I know how it made me feel. A few weeks later, I mentioned it offhandedly to my mom. I just said something like, "Hey, did someone used to live here before us?" She told me, yeah. A woman owned the house before we bought it. She'd lived there alone for a long time. Passed away not long before we moved in. Died in her sleep, in the master bedroom of natural causes. Hearing that made my stomach drop. I didn't tell her the whole story. Just nodded and let it go. But inside it all clicked. I think she was checking on me. Maybe not malicious, just curious. Maybe I happened to wake up at the exact moment that she was just passing through. If that's how it works, who knows? I never saw her again. It was just that one time. And I never felt anything weird in that house before or after. There were never any cold spots or flickering lights. Nothing moving on its own. It was just that one night. But man, it stuck with me. There's something different about an experience like that when you're a kid. You question yourself more. Wonder if it was just a dream or a shadow, your imagination. But there's also a big part of you that knows it's none of those things. I was awake, wide awake. I remember every detail. The silence, the pressure in my chest, the shape of her standing there. It gives me chills even now, just thinking about it. I think deep down, once something like that happens to you, even just once, you never completely forget the feeling of being watched by someone who's not supposed to be there. You don't forget the fear that comes from seeing something you can't explain. You just learn to live with it. Historically, I've never been the superstitious type. I'm more the kind of person who reads way too many articles about baby monitors getting hacked and electrical faults being more common than ghost stories. So, believe me when I say I've tried to explain this every way before I let myself consider what's maybe really going on. My daughter was born last fall. First kid. Life's been chaos in the best way. Sleepless, loud, overwhelming, but beautiful. We live in a rental house just outside of Richmond, Virginia. Quiet neighborhood, good bones, nothing strange or creepy. At least, not at first. It started with the lights, the ones in the nursery specifically. It's one of those dimmable ones, smart bulb types that's connected to an app on my phone. I always leave it on a little low glow overnight, just enough to check on the baby without waking her. But around the 3-month mark, I started waking up to the nursery light, fully on, bright enough to wake a person, let alone a newborn. I thought maybe I was accidentally tapping the app in my sleep or setting a timer by mistake. I double-checked everything, reset the bulb, changed the routine. It still kept happening. Then the monitor started acting up, not in a technical way. No static, no disconnects, just weird sounds. Not crying or cooing, just silence followed by soft creaking, like the rocking chair was moving. The worst night was about 2 weeks ago. Sometime in the middle of the night, I got the alert that the light had turned on. I sighed, got up, and went to check the app, but before I could, the monitor lit up. There she was, my daughter, lying still in her crib. Not crying or moving, just staring directly at the corner of the room. And the rocking chair. It was moving. Slow, gentle, back and forth. Like someone was rocking an invisible baby. I froze. I was almost too scared to walk in. I've never been scared to check on my own child before, but something about the way she was watching that corner made my stomach drop. When I finally worked up the nerve, I walked in. The chair was still. The light was still bright. My daughter blinked and looked at me like nothing had happened. While I stood there, I swear to God, I heard a faint lullaby, a humming sound, soft and off-key, coming from the wall behind the crib. I told my husband. He sort of thought that I was losing it, but I moved the crib to the other side of the room the next day, and I feel better. The light hasn't turned on since, but now, sometimes, I catch my daughter staring toward that same corner, smiling, and I don't love it. I'm not one to believe in ghosts, spirits, poltergeists, demons, or other paranormal oddities, though I enjoy horror movies about them. But I do want to answer the question about Ouija board experiences because of a true incident that happened to me back in the mid-1970s. I grew up in a small house in Southern California. Over the years, my mother added rooms to the house. When it was complete, one of the bedrooms ended up in the center of the house, with no windows to the outside, only 2 doors. One door led to the hallway, and the other led to a new living room that was added on. I had 2 brothers, and none of us wanted that room as our bedroom because it was dark and had no natural light source. Our mother found it equitable to have us all rotate into the room for 6-month intervals. The closet in that room was where we put all of our old games, Monopoly, Clue, Mousetrap, etc. One of those games was our Ouija board, if you want to call it a game. We played with it for a short time when we were kids, but it was kind of creepy, and as children, we always heard that messing with the spirit world could be dangerous. There are some odd things that happened while playing with that. In our young minds, it seemed very weird, but we eventually moved on to other things. When it became my time to stay in the room, I was around 16 or so, I found it annoying that something kept knocking on the closet from the inside, like it was tumbling down from the top of the closet to the floor. I would constantly look into the closet to see what it was, but everything was always in place. It would happen at uneven intervals between every 15 to 25 minutes, 24 hours a day, every day and night. I asked my brothers about it, and they said it was the same for them. We even had our mom listen to it, and she couldn't find an explanation. About 2 years later, my mom bought a tool shed for the backyard. I ended up putting the Ouija board in the shed because it was still in good condition, and I thought it would be wrong to throw it away. The knocking in the closet immediately stopped and never happened again. When we finally moved from the house, I figured it was best not to bring the board with us. As I said in the beginning, I don't really believe in evil spirits and all that, and I've been an atheist for the last 40 years, but this is a true story, one that I can't explain. I was couch surfing off and on for close to 3 years after I lost my job. Most of the time I stayed with my friend that we'll call Jules. Jules and I went to high school together, and senior year, she got hit by a snowplow while smoking a cigarette. The incident nearly killed her, and as a result, she had a long metal rod fused into her spine, and a hefty settlement that provided her with a small brick house in the suburbs and a drug habit she was happy to share with her friends. She didn't have many friends outside from me and her boyfriend Cody. This meant we were the lucky ones that Jules could throw her pills around with. Cody, obviously more so than me. I was still trying to function and maintain a stable job to pay rent for an apartment I barely stayed at. This was before the eventual losing of my job and full-time couch surfing at Jules. Though the time we spent together rarely navigated far from the regular sessions, living in someone else's natural environment and calling it your home, it wasn't the same as having an actual home that I could hide away from in my room if I wanted to. There, my bedroom was the couch. Jules and Cody were comfortable arguing in front of me. They also didn't have a choice because I was right there in the living room, but they definitely didn't try to contain it in their bedroom. It was also surprising to see how often they fought. I wouldn't say it was nightly, but quite a few nights out of a 7-day week, my sleep would be interrupted by them yelling at the top of their lungs, turning on all the lights and stomping around the house, high out of their minds. It was aggravating, but I was a guest, so who was I to stop them in their natural environment? I did have to intervene once when Cody had gotten Jules in a headlock and was cutting off her air. It was the first time that one of their physical altercations had spilled outside the bedroom. Before that, the sounds I heard could have been ignored as Jules throwing stuff at him. She liked to do that, and usually that's the extent I'd see. Cody leaving the bedroom, calling her all sorts of names, turning on all the lights, trying to find his keys, while Jules cries, screams, and breaks stuff. Cody was abusive, mentally and physically. Some of the things I'd hear him say to her were just venomous and evil. She'd wear clothing that would hide the bruises that he'd left on her. When I did see them, she always had a relatively believable story to go along with them. The night that I got in the middle of it, I had to jump on Cody's back to get him to release Jules. He tossed me to the ground, and I almost went through the glass coffee table. Then, Cody turned around, and I thought he was going to come after me. But instead, he grabbed his car keys that were on the coffee table, then slammed the door as hard as he could on his way out. Jules apologized with pure humiliation that things had gotten so out of hand. I told her that she needs to get some help, go to rehab, anything to change her current trajectory. But they were back together the following week. I think I died of a drug overdose in my last life because in this one, I've experimented with most any drug you can name, but I've always been able to get off of them independently. Maybe seeing Jules spiral downward also helped me kick the habit, but whatever it was, I hadn't been taking part in our prescription smoke sessions for over a month by then. I told Jules that my new job did regular piss tests, and this was true. My new job did do regular testing, but it also paid very well and gave me an interview without needing to call my past employer. I didn't tell her this, but I wasn't planning on living with Jules much longer. I didn't pay rent there, so I knew I could leave whenever and it wouldn't affect her. I was playing things by ear and waiting for a sign to branch out. Jules was lonely, and we'd been friends forever. I would have felt bad leaving the first minute I could, but after being a part of their little fight night, I was trying to get out of there the moment my bank account allowed me to withdraw the first and last month's rent. With my new job, I was planning on it becoming a reality within 2 to 3 months. I felt confident I could survive whatever those months threw at me. And when they say it's darkest before dawn, let me tell ya, I get it now. Month 1, car problems solidify this being a 3-month endeavor for me to move out. That's okay, I planned for that. Jules and Cody continue their toxic nightly behavior. That's okay, I know when Cody slams the door, I'm going to at least get a few hours of decent sleep before I have to wake up again. But then, one night, as they're fighting and Cody storms out, Jules chases after him. Now they're screaming outside. Then, Jules runs back inside. The door stays open, and from the couch, I can see Cody hop into his car and start it up. Then, Jules runs back outside, slamming the door behind her. It sounds like she starts up her own car, too, and I hear both cars tear out of the driveway, one after the other. The TV Guide channel is still playing on the TV. The ticker also has a little timer bar that reads 11-something. I remember being shocked it's not after midnight. I prayed that I'd get at least a few hours of sleep before they came back. But when my alarm woke me up, I realized I'd slept through the whole night. I was rested. It was a feeling I'd forgotten after living there for so long. Jules' bedroom door was closed. I don't know if it was already closed from the night before, but I didn't look to see if they'd made it back home. I got ready for work and left. It's only when I'd return home from work and enter Jules' bedroom and find it empty. That's when I'd start to worry, imagining what craziness she'd gotten herself into the night prior. I stayed awake as long as I could that night, waiting for her to return, but Jules didn't come home. The next morning, I planned on calling in a missing persons when I'd gotten home from work that afternoon, but when I pulled into the driveway, I was relieved to see Jules' car parked back out front. She was in her bedroom when I came inside, and when I went to check on her, she was sleeping. I let her sleep. Cody wasn't there. Jules slept the whole evening. The next morning, her bedroom was empty again. Late that night, she walked in and went straight into the bedroom. She didn't even smile or return my hello. It was clear she wasn't in a talking mood. Weeks would pass with her acting like this. Seldomly would she acknowledge my presence. Cody hadn't been around for a while either. I put together that they must have broken up, and she was taking it extremely hard. I probably could have been a better friend, but I kind of enjoyed having the living room and TV to myself. Not to mention the peace in comparison to the chaos that used to be in this home. I would check in on her every once in a while, but I didn't push the topic, and she didn't want to talk. It had been a few weeks, and I thought Cody was out of the picture, but one night, I'm woken up by the familiar heavy thumping of Cody's heavy steps on the floorboards. The sound gives me a pit in my stomach, and I was so angry at Jules for being so weak. My blood is boiling as I keep my eyes tightly shut and listen to him walk around. Even when he's trying to be quiet, he's not quiet. I can hear his heavy breathing and grunting as he makes his way around the small living room. Then, his footsteps stop at the arm of the couch. He was standing above where my head was laying. I knew exactly where he was because of his breathing. It was so loud. I pretended to be asleep. I felt like he was there for at least 10 minutes, just standing above me. Then, I heard his footsteps walk away down the hall. That night, I stayed awake all night listening to see if he'd come back. I must have gotten some sleep, however, because my alarm woke me up, and the house was empty. My car was the only one in the driveway leaving for work. I'd planned on giving Jules a real friend check the next time I got to see her, but I'd have to hold on to that feeling for a couple of days until I saw her next. In between those days, when I thought I'd had the house to myself, I again was woken up by Cody's footsteps walking through the house. This terrified me because I knew Jules wasn't home. I still never opened my eyes, even when he'd stand over me and breathe deeply. I knew I couldn't overpower him. Waking up and freaking out would only make whatever's happening worse. So, I stayed frozen, under the covers, until I'd hear his footsteps retreat again. When I did finally see Jules, that's when I decided to freak out on someone. When I got home from work, her car is parked in the driveway, and I have a moment to think of some zingers before I go inside. Jules is back away in her bedroom with the door closed, but I don't care anymore. I open her door, and when I saw that Cody wasn't there, I felt free to say, "Tell your creepy boyfriend to stop breathing over me when I'm trying to sleep." I go in telling her how weak and stupid she is for getting back together with Cody and unload every pent-up feeling I had at Jules. She started crying, but I was all out of empathy at that point, and I'm thinking that I'm getting through to this girl, but the response she gives me took me off guard. I didn't know how to respond next. After I say all that stuff to her, you need to value yourself more, so on and so forth, Jules turns and looks at me and then says, "I've seen him too." Her cry turns to uncontrollable hysterics, and Jules tells me that Cody once beat her so badly she had a miscarriage, and apparently the night that she chased after him, it was because he made some pretty heartless remarks about the situation. and it sent her over the edge. When Jules ran back inside that night, she retrieved a knife, one that she used to butcher Cody at a gas station in the next county. It was an old self-service station, and Cody was almost out of gas. He had no choice but to pull over. Before he could get out of his car, Jules had hopped into the back seat of his car and proceeded to stab Cody until the knife broke. Then, she pushed the car off the edge of the road, down a long hill that led into dense brush. I was shocked and speechless. Jules turned herself in that day. The first-hand story Jules told me was the literal most horrific thing anyone's ever spoken to me in real life, and the small news piece didn't give the details that she did. I was able to stay in the house until it was foreclosed on. By then, I had enough to get my own place. Oddly enough, after Jules left, I didn't hear Cody in the house anymore. The last couple of months living there were the best they could have been. The house felt like a home. Jules and I didn't stay in contact since living with each other, and I'm okay with that. I would have been homeless, and my life would have been on a completely different timeline if she hadn't opened up her couch to me, though. For that, I'll forever be grateful. But the rest is kind of a nightmare. Before my family moved out to Provincetown, we lived in Boston. My dad, Cam, had just returned from the war. We visited Provincetown on vacation many times previously, but after service, Dad had a new perspective and appreciation for life. I know my mom and I were elated at the idea, and one weekend, me, my parents, and our basset hound named Bomber all hopped into our green Cadillac Coupe de Ville and drove out to Provincetown, looking for a property to purchase. Mom packed us a large picnic that we would enjoy when we got into town. There's a wildlife refuge in Painter's Pond off Highway 6. It has a beautiful park with a canopy of tree coverage to escape the sun that had been bearing down that summer day. It was a perfect place for a picnic. Dad brought his fishing pole and went down to the pond to cast a line, while my mom began to set up the picnic. I stayed back with my mom and sat in the grass under a tree, holding her Lucky Strike while she spread the blanket out and unpacked the basket on top of it. Bomber was lying next to me. I enjoyed the smell of my mom's cigarettes, and so I was holding it straight up and down, kinda close to my chest under my chin area. Every time a small gust of wind would blow by, I'd get a nice smell of that burning tobacco. As the blanket slowly filled with delicious food, the cigarette pinched between my pointer finger and thumb slowly became a tower of ash, and that smoldering tower would get blown over by an especially dramatic gust of wind falling into Bomber's back. He's asleep, but when the hot ash hits him, he leaps up with a yip-yip and bolts into the woods behind us. Mom says, "You better go catch him." So I stood up in a hurry, dropped the cigarette, and turned on my heels. I was a speedy girl back then, and Bomber's hound legs didn't get him going very fast, so I was catching up good. Then, when I was less than 10 feet from him, this white, translucent spinning ring opened in front of us. It opened about 6 feet tall. Some of the circle was in the ground, but not disturbing the ground, just passing through it. I stopped in my tracks. I'm screaming, "Bomber, Bomber, come back!" But he keeps running towards this thing. Through the hoop, on the other side, looked identical to the forest ahead of me, but the trees were darker. It looked like a different time of day than it did outside the ring. I watched Bomber pass right through while running. I'm about to start chasing after him again, but this loud, zoom, crackling noise shakes the trees around me, and the ring squeezes into the size of a pinhole, and then fully disappears into nothing again. Except Bomber's gone. I no longer see or hear his paws running through the leaves and sticks, the high-pitched clinking of his collar and tags that could usually be heard from all around were suddenly absent. I start calling his name again, but the forest is quiet. I still can't begin to explain what I saw that day, and when I ran back to tell my mom what happened, I knew she wasn't going to be able to understand what I witnessed. She thought that he was just lost, most likely within a 50-yard proximity. She told my dad, and they both took up the search for a good hour before deciding to pick it up again after lunch. Dad tried to reassure me that he would probably be back before the picnic was over. Hound dogs have a great nose. He'll smell the picnic and come hightailing it back before we're done. But Bomber never did. Eventually, we had to leave. At the welcome station, my dad put up a handwritten missing poster describing Bomber and how to get a hold of us. We all loved that dog, and the rest of the trip was a lot more somber than you'd hope for while house hunting. My mom and dad did manage to find us a beautiful house on Commercial Street that I'd grow up in. Over the years, I fell in love with that town. Out of high school, my friend Wendy and I got internships at the Chamber of Commerce. Then we ended up getting hired as a program coordinator and event planner. That's how I got the job into retirement and where I met my late husband, Nord. Our front desk woman wasn't there that day, and Nord came in wearing his ranger suit with a stack of papers he needed me to file. After a couple flips of my long brunette hair, he asked me out. Years later, Nord and I were living together, and I was 6 months pregnant with our first daughter. We were living in a house that the wildlife refuge provided to the park rangers so that they could be on site at all times. It was about dinner time, and I was just taking dinner out of the oven when suddenly the landline rings. That line is reserved specifically for the parks department. Nord rolls his eyes before he leans back in his chair to pick up the phone. When he answers, the look on his face stays unimpressed, and after the conversation, Nord is visibly irritated that he has to hold off on dinner. Whatever the conversation consisted of resulted in him needing to take immediate action, but the situation probably wasn't a dire one. And I got all that just from a look. Nord pulls up his boots and says that he'll be back. He's got to go check on something at the camping area. He says he'll be quick, so don't put everything away yet. I say all right, and he leaves. It's only been a few minutes when I hear his truck pulling back into the driveway. Nord comes in through the front door, smiling, excited to eat. We sat at the table and started dishing our plates up, and I tell him that was quick. Nord says, yeah, but the job's not done yet. He's still got to drive the guy to the shelter, but he fell asleep in the back seat, so he thought he had a minute to stop in before the food got cold. I had so many questions. This guy? What do you mean by this guy? Is there a homeless man sleeping in your truck right now? Nord laughs and says no. Campers reported a stray dog running around their campsite, begging for food. After everyone realized that nobody owned the dog, they found a way to coax it to the welcome station. I said, "Aw, that's a shame. What kind of dog?" By this point in my life, decades had passed since the loss of my dog. Multiple animals had come and gone since, but the pain all came rushing back when he told me that it was a hound dog. And I had to make that evening's dinner conversation a sad one when I told him about my childhood loss. Now, after dinner, before Nord gets ready to leave again, I ask him if I could see the dog. He says sure, and we grab some scraps to feed him before heading to the truck. When Nord opens the back door, the dog's awake and patiently sitting in the back seat. His tail wags when he smells the food, and we lay it down on the seat next to him. The interior of the truck is mostly dark, and Nord steps back a few feet to turn on his flashlight. When he does, I get chills on my arms when I see that this dog looks identical to the one I had growing up. Identical to the point it made me choke up with tears. Same size, even the same spot placement. Nord whistles a quiet whistle, and the dog's saggy face turns up, and I hear the gentlest tink-tink. The collar he's wearing has a single tag on it that reads, Bomber. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was almost more spooked than overwhelmed with feelings. I start saying, Holy shit, Nord. This dog's name is Bomber. What are the odds of that? We both agreed that it was weird, but we also immediately agreed that we're obviously keeping the dog. And that's how I adopted Bomber number 2. Do I think he was my Bomber? In reality, my Bomber would have been much older, if not dead, by that time. I'd lost him when I was around 7, and Bomber number 2 showed up when I was in my late 20s, and he was a young dog. My kids were almost in high school by the time Bomber 2 passed. By that time, he was an old hound dog that could barely walk, but he was always the goodest boy. Was he a time-traveling goodest boy? I guess that's a secret he took to doggy heaven. I've lived in my current home for over 17 years now. It's in Cape Cod, in a quiet neighborhood, built in 1956, and I'm a single mother, which will be relevant later. The house has 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 down. My girls were preteens when we moved into the home, and I, in my infinite wisdom, decided that they should have the upstairs bedrooms, so when they became teenagers, I could tell if they were trying to sneak out of the house. I did not consider the possibility that they might climb out the windows, but that's a story for another day. After the first night, my oldest daughter told me that her bedroom was haunted. She knew this because the fan blades moved on their own. I scoffed at that, said that it had to be the wind, but she swore the windows weren't open. I still didn't believe her. Still, the atmosphere was kind of creepy upstairs, and I didn't really like being up there, especially in my younger daughter's room. It was just unsettling in there. Within a couple of months, my younger daughter told me that her ceiling fan blades moved on their own also. I blew her off like I did her older sister, but she insisted that they moved, stopped, and then moved in the opposite direction. I thought it was an exaggeration, because she was a dramatic child, but I couldn't deny that there was a little something going on. I could hear footsteps when no one was there. In fact, a few times I hollered up the stairs because I heard someone moving around, and when I got no answer, went up to check, and there was no one there. The years went by, and my oldest daughter moved out. Younger daughter moved into her room, and they had long since stopped complaining because I didn't take it seriously. I figured even if it was true, what was I supposed to do about it? I still heard the footsteps occasionally, but whatever. Then one day, my youngest daughter and I were in the kitchen, and we heard a loud thump in the living room. I had a heavy Waterford crystal clock. It was on the sofa table, and now it was on the ground, several feet away from the table. There was no way it just fell over, and no way it could have launched itself a couple of feet. Again, unsettling, and I was pissed because now my clock was chipped. My oldest eventually had a daughter, and she spent a lot of time at the house. As she learned to speak, she started asking me who the mean man in my house was. I said, "Honey, there's no man in my house." But one time, my youngest daughter was there when she said it. She glared at me and said, "Mom, she's pointing at the upstairs window." More time passed, and my youngest daughter moved out. After all these years downstairs, I decided it was time to occupy the master bedroom upstairs. My oldest daughter and her boyfriend were now living with me. Her boyfriend was Native American, practiced saging. I asked him to help me prep the room so I could occupy the upstairs. He came downstairs looking ill. He said, "Miss Julie, the vibes in that room are so bad. I got sick." He burned some sage and cleansed the room. It was better and allowed him to work. but it still wasn't good. I'd made up my mind, though, so we prepped the rooms anyway. We scraped and painted and replaced the floors, and I moved my furniture upstairs. The second night in my newly remodeled room, the television popped on at 3 a.m. It startled me, but I thought maybe my granddaughter had inadvertently programmed a timer to turn the TV on when she was playing with the remote. I checked the settings on the TV the next day, and there was no such function available. I told my youngest what happened, and she said, "The lights used to pop on all the time in the middle of the night. Welcome to the upstairs." I then consulted with a local psychic, one who's famous for working with the police to solve crimes. I told him nothing about the incidents, except to ask if there were any entities in my house. He said that there was an angry male that occupied the upstairs. He said the man was disabled, couldn't navigate the stairs easily. So he spent almost all of his time up there and was very resentful. He correctly identified that the room in between the 2 bedrooms, now a bathroom, was once a walk-in closet. He also said that sometimes when he identified an entity, he or she would leave just because they knew he was onto them. So, as a single female, one of my biggest fears in life has always been waking up and finding someone standing over me. It's a huge trigger for me. One night, soon after consulting the psychic, I woke up and felt someone standing over me. There was no one there that I could see, but I could feel them, regardless, as if they were right next to my bed. I sat up and yelled, telling them to get out. Get out of my house. You're not welcome here. Get out. I haven't felt that presence in my house ever since. It's been nearly a year. Fingers crossed. I don't know if it was the psychic who was onto him, or me telling it to leave, but I think we're good. I still burn sage, though, just in case. A lot of sage. I flip houses for a living. In my most recent project, it's haunted. It sounds horrible, I know, but when you do this for a profession, you gotta go for the best deal. And that sad reality is, nothing sells cheaper than a murder house. By the time you change its appearance, the community has moved on, and you can sell for a mint. Obviously, the market and location are important, but we're not doing a masterclass here. My most recent purchase was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath on half an acre's plot in a nice neighborhood. The inspection was favorable, so I never personally went inside until after closing. I've definitely started with much worse. Most of these upgrades will be purely cosmetic, which is pretty rare. The couple who previously owned the house had 2 girls, ages 4 and 8. The husband was leaving his wife for someone else, and she decided that he would never see the children again. Several neighbors heard their argument. It spilled into the front yard as she chased her husband to his truck, throwing picture frames as he fled. Shattered glass covered the driveway when it was over, and she went back inside without glancing at the small audience that had gathered. They'd lived in that house for 15 years, and everyone knew them well. No one expected what would happen next. It was during summer break, and the wife had a work-from-home job, so no one thought much of it when they didn't see her for a few days. Everyone assumed that she was just taking time to herself. It was 3 days later when the husband returned to find the bodies. The children were each in their beds, as if tucked in for the night, but the medical examiner ruled that they most likely died shortly after their father left. The youngest was drowned and moved to her bed, while the 8-year-old suffered multiple stab wounds that likely began while she was asleep. Afterwards, the wife put on her finest dress and jewelry. Then she took a lethal dose of her prescription medication. The whole community mourned their loss. Almost every house in the neighborhood had children who played with the 2 sisters. There's a park a few streets over where a memorial had been placed in their honor, and I see people stopping there regularly. even a year later. The story is indeed tragic. They all are. My heart goes out to the family's loved ones. But no matter how much bad juju is associated with a location, I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal or unusual. A house is a clever arrangement of wood and nails that protects us from the elements, or so I thought. Now I don't know what to believe. A lot of clothes and random effects were left behind, so my first order of business was to box up everything for donation. Once I finished with all the other rooms, I moved on to the bedrooms. That's when shit started to get crazy. In the master bedroom, I was emptying a dresser when a small ring holder fell from the shelf and hit me in the back. Only it didn't seem like it just fell. It hit me weirdly hard for a short drop. Plus, I hadn't touched that shelf or even the wall. 5 minutes later, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I thought someone was in the house with me, but I searched every room without finding a soul. The second kid's room was colder than the rest of the house. I packed it quickly and hurried back to the master bedroom, but it was like the cold followed me. I opened the closet and began tossing everything into boxes, but then that door slammed on my hand. Before it could stop throbbing, a set of footsteps crossed the room right behind me. I felt a light breeze as they passed, but no one was there. I suddenly felt dizzy and sick to my stomach. For a minute, I thought I was going to puke, but then everything was just normal again. I felt fine. The room wasn't cold anymore, but then there was a loud crash from the living room. The boxes I previously stacked were spilled onto the floor. As I cleaned the mess, one of the hallway doors began opening and slamming over and over. I've never loaded so much so fast into my truck. When I was finally backing out of the driveway, I saw a shadow standing in the window, watching me leave. There's nothing about this experience that I can explain. Now, I have to go back this weekend. I can't afford to hire someone for cleaning and cosmetic work, but I'm hoping to have a few friends come along. I really don't think I can go into that house alone again. Our house was built in 1999 on farmland. There doesn't seem to be any reason why we'd have paranormal experiences. No cemetery nearby, no one that died in the house, etc. But soon after my daughter and I moved in, she noticed that there were young energies downstairs. One night as she lay in bed trying to sleep, she felt something snuggle behind her, resting an arm across her shoulder. She thought this one felt like a little girl. Other people felt this energy too and thought it was lonely or sad. There was also an incident in the hallway outside of my daughter's bedroom. She'd gotten up to use the bathroom and felt a hand on her back, pushing her. She thought that this energy was male, maybe 12 years old, mischievous. After my husband and his daughter moved in, we started noticing strange things upstairs as well. One day while I was showering, I turned around to rinse the shampoo out of my hair, and something turned the shower handle all the way to hot. Yet I hadn't touched it or bumped it. A couple of months later, it happened again, but this time I saw the handle itself move without human intervention. And that shouldn't be possible. Of course, no one was there. During this same time period, I was splashed with cold water as I walked out of the main bathroom. I felt it splash across my cheek, shoulder, all over my hand and up my forearm. But no water was on my skin. We were definitely creeped out. My husband put up his cross. We were going through the house. He was saying prayers, even though he doesn't believe in ghosts. After the kids moved out, things quieted down a lot. The quote-unquote haunted area extends about 20 by 10 feet and is on both floors. It includes the kitchen, a bathroom upstairs, and one bedroom, the laundry room, hallway, and bathroom downstairs. Our dog won't go into these areas, not even if you put a piece of steak on the floor. I often hear things fall from the shelves downstairs, but the cat sleeps beside me. Someone or something has strummed my husband's guitar when I was here alone. When my youngest was home from university last summer, the only incident we had was someone saying her name in a loud whisper, right behind her as she walked from the bathroom to her bedroom. She left at the end of August, and everything seemed fine until a few months ago. My husband was downstairs and stopped to play with our boy kitty, Jake. He had balled up a piece of tinfoil in his hand and decided to see how high Jake would jump to catch it. He stood just outside the laundry room, bent over slightly, showed Jake what he had in his hand before releasing it and tossing it over. The tinfoil sailed about 3 feet away before it bounced off something invisible and came back in his direction. Confused, he picked it up again and tossed it. It hit something invisible halfway across and dropped like dead weight to the floor. Since this happened, I've tried contacting local paranormal investigators, and they replied to my email but haven't followed up since. I'm updating this to include an incident that happened yesterday morning. My mom moved in with us a few years ago and has Alzheimer's. For the last while, she's been bedridden and requires extra care. So every morning, 2 healthcare aides arrive to bathe her, change her clothes, etc. They follow a simple routine that includes small tubs of soapy water. These are set on a side table so that they can bathe her in her bed. After getting everything ready, they place the little tubs on the table near the head of the bed and move down to the foot to straighten out the blankets and get the towels ready. Both healthcare aides were startled when the table suddenly started to move on one side. One described it as though someone had leaned against it or pushed it down, causing both tubs to slide off the table, hitting the carpet, cracking the plastic, and spilling soapy water all over the floor. When I returned to the house, one of the girls asked me if I'd had any ghosts lately, because those tubs weren't big enough or heavy enough to make the table lean like that. They claimed that they weren't too close to the edge, as both of them saw them slide across before going over. I can't imagine the wind doing that. And the cat was sleeping in my bedroom with the door closed. There's always something going on that's hard to explain. In April of 2014, I purchased my first home and did what new home buyers tend to do. I'm sure when you hear a story of growling at the foot of someone's bed, you might assume it's the dog, but there was no way that this guttural growling was coming from my 3-month-old mutt. First of all, the pup was in another room in a crate. Second, he was so darn tiny still. And there's just no doubt that this growling was mere feet away from me where I lay awake, and it wasn't small. Of course, I could have just awoken from a dream and had not yet recognized that I was sleeping. However, I laid in my bed completely still for several minutes before braving the light, and that growling never halted. When the lights went on, the growling immediately stopped. Spooked, I decided tonight was a good night as any to reconsider my policy of where the puppy sleeps at night. After I moved my pup to his new sleeping spot and comforted myself, the lights went back off. A few minutes later, I heard dog sounds coming from the foot of the bed, but not so much growling, more like a grunt of appeasement. I didn't hear that particular growling from a few nights ago, so the new rule in this house was dog sleeps in the bed. My house had had 2 previous owners, and I know that at least the most recent of them had large dogs. The house was in foreclosure, so I don't have a lot of details about the owners beyond what the neighbors have mentioned in casual conversation. That house continued to be a bit odd. The growling, sure, it stopped, but things ending up in different places, the sound of doors shutting, but nothing was actually closed. Just odd. While I've had many experiences in my life, the home I live in now, it hasn't seen so much activity. But the town, Ogden, it's well known for paranormal activity. A final thought. That puppy had always refused to go into the basement of that house. He insisted at always being by my side, but would never journey to the basement with me. I've never heard that sound again or felt that negative, impeding feeling from a spirit. I like to think it's probably because I always have my dogs with me. In a weird way, I think that they really are protectors, even from the things we can't see. Have I ever gone missing with lost time? I have. I had been living in the infamous Blue House for 3 years. Prior to moving, our family had just experienced a new brush with death from CO2 poisoning in the home. The home was clocked at lethal levels. The fire investigator never could find the cause, meaning there was no official leak. To this day, it's still listed as a paranormal event with the city police and fire department. So we decided it was time to move out after that event. We'd moved everything over to a new home, and I was at the Blue House cleaning it for the new owner. There was a knock at the door. I went to look, but no one was there. As I was walking away from the door, I suddenly felt like the wind was knocked out of me. I rushed towards my bedroom where my purse was to get my rescue inhaler, but I never made it. That's the last thing I remember. When I woke up, I was falling from a standing position, slamming into the wall of the living room at the Blue House. I was colder than I'd ever been in my entire life. I was very disoriented with the furnishings all gone. I didn't know where I was. I went into the bathroom and looked into the mirror. I was so cold my teeth were chattering and my lips were blue. I ran a hot bath, climbed in as quickly as I could. My cell phone had been in my bra and had fallen to the ground when I'd gotten undressed. I retrieved it, called my boyfriend while still in the tub. He answered, and I started crying. I'm confused. I just woke up and I'm so cold. He said, where the hell have you been? You've been missing for over 5 hours. Everyone's so worried. While I was missing for those 5 hours, my boyfriend had checked the Blue House several times, and I was not there. It's unknown to this day where I went or what I did in those 5 hours. I'm unsure if I ever really want to know. I worked as a funeral director and embalmer for 26 years. During that time, I lived full-time in 3 separate funeral homes and spent countless nights sleeping or catching short naps on a sofa in a visitation room, often when a very long day would end at 3 or 4 in the morning and the next busy day had to start at 6 or 7. While I truly believe a lot of paranormal activity took place all around, I believe most was so subtle it was easily explained away, ignored, or simply not noticed if you didn't want to. For example, whispering voices when alone in the building, footsteps where no one's walking, turning a corner and seeing a dark figure turn the corner at the far end of the hallway, things like that. While there were a few more distinct occurrences, the one that had the biggest impact happened early in my career. It was late one night in a funeral home that had once been a single-family home and converted into this building. The building had one long, straight hallway running through the center of the building, with offices, viewing rooms, bathrooms, etc. on either side. Both the front and rear doors were made of glass, and looking in either one was like looking in a mirror, especially at night. We had had a visitation, viewing or wake, depending on where you're from. It lasted from 10:30 to 11 p.m., In the funeral business, you never know what could happen during the night, and since I was the lowest-ranking person on staff, it was my job to stay and make sure the entire building was emptied, cleaned, and prepared for whatever may be needed the following day. As I was vacuuming the main hallway, I looked up, and just as clearly as I could see my own reflection, I saw a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, walk across the hall behind me, from our casket selection room into our business office. At first, it didn't cross my mind that it was anything unusual. Children wander out at slower paces than the rest of the crowd constantly, because people simply aren't paying attention in their state of grief. But the time, it was past midnight now, and so this would officially be a child that's been left behind. I turned and started to search the building. I started with where I'd seen her go. I realized after a while, I really was alone. I spent a good 10 minutes searching a small business office with only 2 locked exits, a locked window, and no little girl to be found. While I never let these things keep me from doing my job, I will admit that when vacuuming that hallway, I never looked up. I always kept my eyes on the carpet to make sure I never missed a spot. So when I was 16, my dad remarried, and I got a 5-year-old stepbrother that I'll call Sammy. His dad went to prison the year prior, and he didn't talk very much afterwards, not to people at least. When he and his mom moved in, the only thing he did was watch TV and hug his blue cat like a security blanket. The cat was called Babby, and she was Sammy's only friend. He didn't want to spend time with anyone else, and the toy never left his sight. His room was next to mine, and I could hear him talking to it at night. I couldn't make out all the words, but he was clearly having a conversation. After a few weeks of this, I heard someone answer him. This wasn't a 5-year-old making a funny voice, and it definitely wasn't his mother. It sounded like an old woman. I thought some crazy lady broke in to kidnap him. My body moved on its own, and I was opening his door before I knew it. His abundance of nightlights made it easy to see, but Sammy was the only one there, just him and Babby. He looked at me confused and a little nervous. I hadn't actually gone into his room before. While casually checking his closet and under the bed, I asked who he'd been talking to, and he pointed to the raggedy blue cat. The only window was still locked, and there was no sign of anyone else being in there. I was speechless. The next day I told my dad what happened, but he convinced me that I imagined the voice, and then a week later, I heard the same old woman again. Instead of running into the other room, I placed my ear against the wall to listen. Sammy asked, "When?" And the voice replied, "Now." Next, Sammy asked, "Where is it?" And the voice answered, "Follow me." I heard my stepbrother get out of bed and open his door, but only him. There was no second set of footsteps. Once he made it to the kitchen, I followed him out the back door, stopping only to check his room, which was again empty. When I caught up to him, he was a few yards away from going into the woods. I was yelling his name the entire time, but Sammy said that he never heard me, not until I was right in front of him. He was clutching onto that cat toy like a sacred object. At first, he tried to walk past me, and I had to physically stop him. By then, my screams had woken our parents, and my dad carried my stepbrother back inside. I told them everything that happened, but Sammy said he didn't remember anything before I got there. The following day, the doctor said he experienced a sleepwalking episode, one that woke me up, and I was just confusing a dream with reality. Never mind that I hadn't been asleep when it happened. When we got home, Sammy came into my room to say that Babby was mad at me for ruining their trip. Apparently, the cat was taking him to see his house, and now they had to wait. I asked him why he didn't say that to our parents, and he said Babby told him not to. Extra locks were placed on the doors, and everyone was on full alert for the next couple of months. Sammy stopped talking to Babby when others could hear, and he learned to whisper during the night conversations. Even if I stuck my ear to the wall, I couldn't hear well enough to know what was said. After a while, I stopped trying, and eventually started to forget about it altogether. The more time that passed, the easier it was to rationalize the impossible, until I went to bed one night and woke up to the sound of my creaky door opening. A set of footsteps crossed the room, and I sat up in a panic, but nothing was there. The temperature, however, felt like it had dropped 10 degrees since I went to sleep, but it was the middle of summer in Arizona, so not cold. My door was wide open, and there was no way that I could go back to sleep without closing it. Halfway across my room, I tripped over something and fell hard onto the wood floor. When I got the lights on, there was absolutely nothing there that could have tripped me, not even a rug. The floor was completely clear. A few days later, I was getting a box of cereal out of the pantry when a soup can fell from the top shelf and hit me in the head. It left a painful bruise, and I knew those cans had been pushed way back, away from the edge. We didn't really eat soup, so they'd been up there since my mom moved out more than a year prior. I wasn't climbing on the shelves. I wasn't even touching them. Why would one suddenly fall? The final straw was a couple of weeks later when I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. As I was walking in, 2 hands shoved me to the ground, and I just managed to catch myself before my head slammed on the toilet. I screamed. I turned to see who shoved me, yet, again, no one was there. I also never heard any footsteps. Nothing. My cries brought my dad running, and, too upset to think, I just told him the truth. When he didn't believe me, I got even more upset and told him everything that had been happening to me. That weekend, I moved 2 hours away to live with my mother. She believed me and helped me to get over the whole thing, but I held a grudge against my dad for a long time. A couple of years later, he came to my high school graduation, and he took me to lunch before the ceremony. He apologized and said a bunch of stuff about wanting what was best for me, but the truth is, he just didn't want me causing drama around his new wife. None of that mattered, though. I was happier with my mom. As it turns out, we didn't have quite so many reasons to fight without Dad's drama in our lives. The only reason I even agreed to have lunch was so that I could ask him the one thing I cared about. Does Sammy still have Babby? And no, he did not. 3 months after I left, they caught my stepbrother trying to pry the extra lock from the back door with a butcher knife. He cut his hand very badly and needed stitches, and his doctor recommended a psychiatrist. It didn't take long for the shrink to find out about his attachment to the creepy cat and disprove the sleepwalking diagnosis. The kid admitted to being awake when I chased him outside and how Babby wanted to hurt me. The doctor explained it all away with the new marriage and adjustment periods, and our parents believed her. But then things got worse. When they got home, Sammy was terrified of being alone because Babby was angry at him. He went into full hysterics if his mom even walked into the next room. Hoping to help him calm down, they put the cat in the bottom of my closet and let him sleep in their bed. But he still couldn't calm down. Not until his mom promised to keep watch all night. She stayed awake long enough to be sure Sammy was asleep before turning in herself. And Dad doesn't have much patience for that sort of thing, so he stayed up late watching TV in the living room. When he went to bed, he found Babby on the bedroom floor, facing the bed. He was so freaked out and annoyed that he took it outside and burned it right there on the spot. Sammy started to get better after that, but Dad never really knew what to make of it all. That's why it took him 2 years to tell me what happened. We obviously have a lot of family issues, but those aside, I know that cat had something evil in it. Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked, staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction. But from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us, turning the hallway black again, aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest, stopping my stride. He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze, holding our breath in fear, until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns, and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there, and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced.